Xianxia's face was ferocious for a while before it gradually returned to normal. The bulging blue veins on his face faded, and the terrifying chill in his body was retracted, completely gone. At this moment, his face was expressionless, just like the calm appearance of an ancient well. He opened his mouth and said, "If I'm not wrong, the spirit arrays and barriers here should be related to time, showing different scenes at different times, so there's nothing strange about it. The me you saw earlier, on the other hand, is a little strange." When everyone saw that his anger had disappeared in an instant and that he had calmed down so quickly, they all secretly admired him. At the same time, they felt how terrifying this person was. A strong sense of fear rose in their hearts, and they thought that they must not become his enemy. Marshal Junwei said, "I've been watching Lord Yunxiao walk into this desolation. Not only my gaze, but even my divine sense has been attached to you. There's nothing unusual. It's impossible for someone else to be a fake." The rest of the people had the same expression on their faces. They had the same thought in their hearts. It was unlikely that something would happen under the eyes of so many martial emperor powerhouses. "I know what you're thinking," Yunxiao said indifferently. "But, for example, who has discovered the appearance of this lake? If this forsaken land was really set up by Yuxian, I'm afraid that something even weirder will happen." When everyone thought of it this way, they were relieved. After all, Yuxian was also a legendary almighty, an existence that they looked up to. "Then what should we do now?" Wei Dongyang's expression was ugly. The appearance of the lake was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the Wei family's intelligence report didn't mention this. The route that they had explored before seemed to be useless. "If the scenery here changes according to time," Yunxiao said, "then we just have to wait here until the familiar route of your Wei family appears." Wei Qiren nodded in agreement. This is indeed a good idea. However, if Lord Yunxiao's guess is wrong, or the period of the time phase change is too long, what should we do? "I'll set a time limit," Yunxiao said. "If there are no changes, we can only continue moving forward. If there was a path before, there will be a path now." Fear flashed across Wei Qiren's face as he said, "Let's wait a little longer. In order to find the right way, many people died. The path we are familiar with is the safest." Wei Dongyang pondered and said, "How long is it appropriate to wait? What time did you enter this desolate land the last time you were here?" Wei Qiren pondered for a while. "I didn't pay attention to the exact time," he said, "but it's mostly noon." "Then let's wait for another day," Wei Dongyang said. "After 24 hours, if the scene still doesn't change, then the time rule here is extremely long. Waiting isn't a solution, so we can only find another way." Everyone agreed and sat down on the lakeshore, beginning to meditate and adjust their breathing. For cultivators like them who were in closed-door cultivation all year round, a day's time was just like the blink of an eye. Wei Dongyang casually threw out his jade ruler and injected several incantation seals into it. The jade ruler transformed into a silver cloth that spread in the air and enveloped everyone. Shui Junwei raised his eyes and glanced at the man. He put on a fake smile and mumbled, "Brother Dongyang's East Pole Thousand Blades ruler can be used for both offense and defense. It's famous in the eastern region and makes me envious and jealous." Wei Dongyang smiled faintly. "This place is too complicated and dangerous. I'm afraid of sudden danger. It's always good to have one more defense. Speaking of a profound-level weapon that is famous in the eastern region and can both attack and defend, it should be Xianxua's Supreme Yang Umbrella, right?" He looked at Yunxiao out of the corner of his eye with a smile. Yunxiao was not stingy. He took out the little red umbrella, flew into the sky, and opened it. Tens of thousands of red beams shot out, shining with the green light of the Eastern Pole Thousand Blades jade ruler. With these two profound-level weapons as a defense in the air, everyone felt a thick sense of security. They began to meditate and regulate their breathing with ease. Wei Qiren was still full of worry. He seemed to be very afraid of this place and couldn't meditate in peace, so he took on the task of standing guard. Yunxiao closed his eyes and materialized in the Divine Realm tablet. In the next moment, he arrived at Mount Innerheart and looked over. Gu Yuexing seemed to have sensed something. He immediately flew out of the mountain and greeted her respectfully. Lord Cloud Sky. He had long known Yunxiao's identity, and he revered him very much. Yunxiao stared at the mountain, as if he could see through it at a glance. Yuan Gaohan is going to break through to the 9th rank? My master is trying to break through to become a 9th-tier alchemist. Gu Yuexing's heart skipped a beat. What can I do for you, Lord Yunxiao? He also knew the relationship between Yuan Gaohan and Yunxiao, and he was very nervous for fear that Yunxiao would do something to Yuan Gaohan. Yunxiao saw through his mind at a glance and said, You don't have to be nervous. Brother Gaohan will be able to break through to the 9th step. At that time, he will become one with his main body and reach the peak. I'm also happy for him. With that, he disappeared from Mount Innerheart. Looking at the place where Yunxiao had disappeared, the worry on Gu Yuexing's face did not fade. After all, Yunxiao had imprisoned Yuan Gaohan for so long and worked hard for him every day. On the surface, they seemed to have a good relationship, but only God knew if Yuan Gaohan would try his best to take revenge when they got out. If Yunxiao had such a worry, Yuan Gaohan would be in danger. But at this moment, he and Yuan Gaohan were completely under the control of others, without the slightest strength to resist, and could only take one step at a time. After leaving Minuscule Mountain, Yunxiao went straight to the side of little King Kong Gourd, who was still floating quietly in the air. When he checked with his divine sense, he found that the ice flame and his heart were still in his body, giving him an extreme sense of silence, as if time had stopped. With a wave of his right hand, Yunxiao threw a piece of red gravel into the body of the Calabash King Kong. Plop! With a muffled sound, the chest of the gourd little King Kong shattered and turned into powder. The material that constructed its body had long been completely destroyed, so how could it withstand this impact? Yunxiao frowned. After the red gravel shot into the chest of the Calabash King Kong, it was immediately frozen by the ice flame and died. The demonic dragon materialized and stood quietly behind him, saying, That ice flame must be a 10th grade item, on the same level as your Phoenix Divine Flame. If you want to get rid of it, I'm afraid you'll have to use the power of your Divine Flame. Yunxiao's face turned solemn. How could he not have realized this? However, the original flame of the Phoenix True Fire was only a small cluster, and it was not an eternal existence. If the ice flame could compete with the Divine Fire, he was afraid that it would hurt the origin of the Divine Fire and affect the territory power of the Divine Realm Tablet. Actually, it's just a choice, the Demon Dragon said. Other than a level 10 Divine Fire, where else in the world can you find something that can resist this ice flame? Unless you give up on this half-beast, half-artifact. Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then seemed to have made up his mind as he quickly made a hand seal. A ray of 5-colored light appeared in the sky. The clouds in the sky changed and the cauldron of mountain and river slowly descended amidst the light. It floated in front of him. With a thought from Yunxiao, the Calabash King Kong fell into the cauldron. With a loud bang, the cauldron began to spin, exuding the power of the world and slowly glowing. This was the first time Yunxiao had used the cauldron of mountain and river since he had become a martial emperor. At this moment, his feeling and understanding had been greatly improved. The rivers and mountains on the cauldron were flowing, and the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers were spreading out. Life and death are up to the heavens. If you die, don't blame me, Yunxiao said softly, then made a gesture with his hands. A little flame was burning in it. Although it was very small, it made the whole space freeze. This was the original fire of the Phoenix Divine Fire. It was only the size of a thumb in the palm of one's hand. It flew onto the cauldron of mountain and river, and with a boom, the entire cauldron shone with light. Sounds came from within the cauldron like wheels rolling. Then, countless red beams gathered in front of Yunxiao, which were the pieces of red gravel, and flew toward the cauldron. When the sand was a few meters away from the cauldron of mountain and river, it suddenly condensed into a huge sand giant. With a frightened look on its face, it resisted Yunxiao's will and kept trying to retreat. Eh? Yunxiao's face was filled with surprise. Each of his thoughts was the strongest rule of this realm, and these grains of sand could actually hold each other together and resist the power of rules of the Divine Realm tablet. He cast a spell in the air and imprinted it directly into the cauldron of mountain and river. Immediately, a loud roar came from the cauldron, and a ray of light shot out, devouring the gravel giant like a demonic beast. In an instant, there was a violent aura coming out of the cauldron of mountain and river. It was the fierceness of the countless gravel that was refined. Outside the heart of the gored little King Kong, the original fire of the Phoenix True Fire slowly descended. The ice flame seemed to wake up from the eternal silence. The heart of the flame began to beat, but every beat was very mechanical, and the movements seemed to be incoherent. The two flames finally collided, and a monstrous power spread out in all directions. Like a flood, all the gravel was swallowed up in an instant. Then, Xianxia's divine sense emerged out of thin air in the cauldron of mountain and river, taking shape and making incantation gestures with both hands, reflecting each other with the avatar outside the cauldron. Ancient Maha characters appeared on the cauldron's wall one after another, transforming into laws that fell and attacked the power of the two flames. At the center of the terrifying power, Xianxia could clearly feel that the heart, which had stopped beating for a long time, had finally begun to beat slightly. Xianxia was overjoyed. The clone sat down in the cauldron and began to carefully observe and refine it. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out in the barren land. Xianxia's real body frowned and opened his eyes very reluctantly. Although he had divided two incarnations to guard and refine the Divine Realm tablet, driving the cauldron of mountain and river and controlling such a complicated and dangerous refinement process would consume a lot of his main body. Fatigue flashed in his opened eyes as he saw Wei Qiren walking toward the center of the lake, step by step. More than half of his body was already submerged in the water. It was Wei Zihua. Everyone immediately stood up, their faces full of alarm and shock. "How benevolent!" Wei Dongyang shouted in shock. Wei Qiren didn't seem to hear him at all. He continued to dive into the lake, and soon, his head would be submerged. Wei Dongyang's face was aghast as he cast an incantation seal into the jade ruler in the air. A green light suddenly shot down and fell on Wei Qiren. Bang! Wei Qiren didn't put up any defense and was directly hit by the green light. The lake water exploded from the impact, and his body jumped out of the water like a carp before falling back in. However, this time, his entire body was on the water's surface, and he sank down with a gulu-lu sound. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Wei Qiren looked as if he was dead. "Sir Dongyang, you killed him?" A member of the Shui family asked in shock. Wei Dongyang nearly fainted. "Don't talk nonsense," he said angrily. "I saw that he seemed to have been hit by an evil spell and wanted to wake him up with a blow. Who knew that he would die? Who knew that I would accidentally kill him? In the end, you're the one who killed him." The man from the Shui family snorted. "You shut up," Wei Dongyang shouted angrily. Wei Qiren's current state had already caused him to be upset, and his eyes were spewing fire as he stared at the Shui family member. The man from the Shui family lightly snorted and turned his face away, no longer speaking. "What the hell is going on?" Wei Dongyang said angrily. He stared at Wei Zihua, who was the first to scream. Wei Zihua was also drenched in cold sweat. He wiped his forehead and said in a panic, I was also suddenly a little confused, so I opened my eyes and saw the scene of Qiren walking into the water, so I directly shouted out, "I don't know more than you." Wei Dongyang's eyes flickered with anger as he watched Wei Qiren's body sink until it was completely out of sight. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Although they felt that this place was strange, it was only strange. They were more than 10 martial emperor powerhouses and could do whatever they wanted on the mainland. They did not realize that their lives were in danger. At this moment, a martial emperor's companion had died without a sound. Moreover, it was a strange and terrifying death without leaving any clues. If they encountered a strong enemy and died after fighting, everyone would be able to feel balanced and reduce their fear. However, this way of dying was too strange and cowardly. Everyone started panicking. If Wei Qiren could die mysteriously, then it was very likely that they would be next. Marshal Junwei raised his head and looked at the two profound level weapons in the sky. They were still emitting a defensive light. Under the protection of the extreme East Thousand Blades ruler and the supreme Yang umbrella, I was hit without any warning. What the hell happened? No one could answer him. Yunxiao's expression turned serious as well, especially at this moment, when there were two clones in the Divine Realm tablet that were drawing a great deal of his soul power, making it difficult for him to use his eye sorcery. The lake water was glistening. After swallowing Wei Qiren, it was as if nothing had happened. It was still there quietly. Wei Dongyang was dazed for a moment. Almost a day has passed. It looks like the time rule is either wrong or it's longer than we expected. Should we continue? Wei Zihua's face was a little pale as he said, "Of all the people here, the one who knows the most about this area, are we just going to give up and go home?" Wei Dongyang asked coldly. "Back to the residence?" Marshal Junwei shook his head. "Where is the way back?" Only then did everyone realize that there was already a stretch of desolation behind them. They had only entered this area for about 100 meters, but now they saw a boundless desolation. Their expressions changed drastically. "I wonder how the Du and Qin families are doing?" Wei Zihua asked through gritted teeth. He glanced at Wei Dongyang, seemingly with some kind of meaning. Wei Dongyang's expression turned ugly. Suddenly, a warrior exclaimed, "There's someone in the water!" Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked at the water. There was not a single fish in the lake, but something gradually appeared. It was indeed a human figure. One of them raised his head slightly, revealing his face to everyone. "How benevolent!" "Ah!" A member of the Wei family cried out in horror and retreated in fear. The face of the floating figure was indeed that of Wei Qiren, who had just sunk in. He could also tell from the figure and clothes. "Walla! Walla!" Just as everyone's shock could not be any greater, one figure after another broke out of the water. A bone-chilling cold spread in the air, causing the temperature to drop. Everyone felt a bone-chilling cold. They had the bodies of martial sovereigns, so what in the world could make them feel cold? However, the dozen or so people were exuding this kind of suffocating cold air, and it was extremely strange, so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Shui Junwei suddenly gasped and said in shock, Qin clan." The faces of those 10-odd people were green and purple, and each of them had a strange look on their faces. They stood in the air, without a drop of water on their bodies, and only exuded a cold aura. Other than Wei Qiren, everyone else was from the Qin family. Even the head of the Qin family, Qin Yazhang, was among them. Everyone's heart sank. The Qin clan's martial emperor powerhouses had been completely annihilated. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Qin Ya's dull face. It was a very strange smile, and it seemed to be contagious. The dozen or so people laughed along with her, and the scene suddenly became very terrifying. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures flew down with extremely powerful and strange auras. They attacked the two martial emperor powerhouses who were closest to them. Whoosh! 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 The dozen or so Qin clan members suddenly attacked at the same time. Wei Qiren, who was among them, also flew down and found a martial artist to attack. "Be careful!" Marshal Junwei shouted. "You can't be distracted." A meteoric iron hammer immediately appeared in his hand, and he struck the Qin clan member who was flying toward him, sending him back into the lake. Marshal Junwei looked at the blood-stained iron hammer. Voila! The lake water exploded once again. The person who had been shaken back rushed up, covered in blood. He still had a smile on his face. He quickly flew over, took out a sword, and attacked from the air. "No!" Shui Junwei's face turned green. "These people seem to be alive, but they are bewitched by something," he shouted. The entire lakeside was immediately embroiled in a chaotic battle. More than 20 martial emperor powerhouses were fighting each other. The battle was earth-shattering and chaotic. Yunxiao put away the little red umbrella at once, then jumped up and opened the umbrella in his hand, disappearing in the air. This was another great function of the Supreme Yang umbrella, which was to directly hide. If one didn't have a strong spiritual awareness, it would be very difficult to find out. Sure enough, One of the Qin clan members who had come for him was stunned. Then, he found another person to rush over. Holding the umbrella in his hand, Xiao stood quietly in the air and observed. The Qin clan's people all had strange expressions on their faces. It was as if they had been hit by a demonic technique. Moreover, their battle was exceptionally fierce, and they were all using their life's ultimate skills. Arg! No, please save me. Suddenly, a member of the Wei family let out a cry of horror. Half of his shoulder had been chopped off, and blood gushed out like a fountain. He was being dragged toward the lake by Wei Qiren. Qi Ren, put him down. He's my uncle. Wei Dongyang roared in shock and anger. He swept his jade ruler horizontally, and a golden light shot out, directly forcing back the two Qin family members who were besieging him. He then flew to save them. But it was too late. Wei Qiren was extremely fast. In an instant, he had grabbed his uncle and sunk into the lake, disappearing without a trace. Wei Dongyang looked into the lake in horror, but he couldn't see anything. At this moment, a member of the Shui family was also forced to retreat step by step, his face full of fear. It was the man who had ridiculed Xiao many times along the way. Both he and his opponent were 3-star martial sovereigns, but his opponent was a peak 3-star martial emperor, and his moves were fierce and full of evil power, making him weaker and weaker as the battle progressed. Bang! He was punched in the chest and was about to fly back, but the other party caught up with him at an extremely fast speed. He grabbed his arm and pressed a finger on his body. A few major acupuncture points were shaken and blood flowed out. Then he was pulled into the lake. The man from the Shui family revealed a look of fear and despair on his face. He desperately wanted to scream, but he found that the acupuncture point in his throat was also broken, so he couldn't make a sound at all. Suddenly, a beam of sword energy shot down from the sky and shot towards the Qin family member. That Qin clan member was suddenly startled. He turned his hand and welcomed the attack with a sword light. However, he suddenly saw a mirror light flash, and he closed his eyes. The sword ray that he had sent out with a wave of his hand also shot directly at the sunset cloud mirror and was reflected back. The Qin clan member had already opened his eyes. Seeing his own sword light fall, a trace of horror flashed through his eyes. Then he flipped backwards in the air and dodged it. Boom! The sword ray landed on the ground and exploded, creating a huge pit. Xiao gradually emerged from the sky, holding the red umbrella in his hand and looking at them coldly. The man from the Shui family was also saved, and he hurriedly took out a large number of pills and swallowed them into his stomach, circulating his qi to regulate his breathing. The man from the Qin family gave Xiao a look, and a strange look flashed across his face. But he did not attack. Originally, the Shui and Wei families had far more people and strength than the other side, but the Qin family's attacks were fierce and completely life and death, so for a moment they had the upper hand. However, as the two families' people began to exert their strength, the situation was quickly reversed. More than 10 Qin family members were killed and heavily injured. At this time, everyone realized that they were not unafraid of death. When they could not hold on any longer, they would also run away. As the Qin family members were killed one by one, the remaining people began to run away and jumped into the lake one by one. The entire battle only took the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The originally flat ground was already filled with potholes. There were also 5 Qin clan members' corpses lying on the ground. On the other hand, they had lost one person, the uncle that Wei Qiren had taken away. Everyone's expression turned ugly, and they all looked extremely heavy. Wei Dongyang was a little mad and said coldly, "Who can tell me what's going on? These people don't seem to be dead," Wei Zihua said, his face pale. "They've just been hit by a spell." "Of course I know that I've been under sorcery," Wei Dongyang shouted angrily. "Can anyone tell me what to do now? Should he rush into the lake to kill or turn back? How could he go back?" No one could answer his question. Everyone was dead silent. "This lake should be the key," Xiao suddenly said. "There must be something that can affect them." Wei Dongyang's expression improved slightly as he said, "And then," Xiao gave him a look and said indifferently, "Also, this lake should also be the key for us to enter or exit." Even if it's an array that has been integrated with the rules of time, there will be an important array I in the endless scenery, connecting all the links together. Can't you make it simpler? Wei Dongyang frowned. The rest of the people also revealed puzzled expressions. Only a few people had studied the Tao of formations and seemed to understand the key to it. It's like an ordinary array, Yunxiao said patiently. It's just a piece of white paper, a plane, so there will be no spatial changes. The one-step, one-scene formation was like a book made up of many white papers. But there had to be an axis that connected these books. This formation with the laws of time is like a book that is constantly flipping by itself. However, that's not important. What's important is that there's an axis that connects every page. With that said, everyone immediately understood. Yunxiao looked at the lake and said, "The space we are in is a piece of paper, and the lake is most likely a part of the axis." What? Marshal Junwei's expression changed. Lord Yunxiao, do you mean that we have to enter the lake if we want to break this formation? Yes. Yunxiao nodded. That's right. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Everyone had seen the scene just now, and now who would dare to enter the lake? How about this? I'll go down first and you follow me, Yunxiao said. Thank you, Lord Yunxiao. Wei Zihua said hurriedly. If everyone can get out of here safely, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. In the current situation, everyone was in danger, and their lives were their top priority. Look! There's something in the water again, someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked over in panic and saw that the water was sparkling and black shadows were moving under the water, as if they were about to show themselves. So huge. Could it be a demonic beast? Someone asked nervously. They all held their breaths and looked solemn. The huge shadow slowly became clear. It wasn't a demonic beast, but a gorgeous palace. It was exquisitely built and completely transparent. The reflection under the water was vague, but it was extremely real. The tomb. It's Yu Yixian's tomb. The Wei family members exclaimed in shock and joy. This is Yu Yixian's tomb? Yunxiao asked. How did you know this is Yu Yixian's tomb? There's a jade tablet in front of the tomb, Wei Zihua swallowed and said. It records the situation in the tomb. Everyone's eyes focused on it. In front of the tomb, there was indeed a glazed jade tablet erected there. On it, there was a flash of light, and there seemed to be some text on it. How much more information are you hiding from us? Shuai Junwei shouted. The people of the Shuai family were all unusually angry. Wei Zihua could see the tomb and the jade tablet at a glance, so he clearly knew about it before. It was very likely that they had been to this lake before. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. The people of the Shuai family immediately gathered together and kept a distance from the Wei family. An atmosphere of confrontation spread in the air. Wei Dongyang hurriedly said, You've misunderstood. We've never been to this lake before. Otherwise, we wouldn't have let Qi-Rin be injured by the sorcery. As for this tomb, we've indeed seen it before, but it wasn't at the bottom of the lake. It appeared in this wilderness when we first explored it. Then why haven't I heard Brother Dongyang talk about it? Marshal Junwei said coldly. Hee. Wei Dongyang smiled awkwardly. I'm only hiding this tomb. I'm not hiding anything else. Humph. Marshal Wei snorted coldly, obviously not believing him. The last time you saw this tomb, Yunxiao suddenly said, wasn't it in the water? No, it's on this barren land, but it's dense. Wei Zihua hesitated for a moment before he continued. But what we saw was only a projection. It was very huge, so we could see the words on the jade tablet clearly. That's how we knew that it was Yu Yixian's tomb. According to his judgment, the projection of the tomb came from the depths of the desolation, which is the inner part, and where we are standing is only the outer area. Then, could this tomb in the water be just a projection? A warrior asked with a frown. Under the rippling light, the shadow of the hall could be clearly seen. Even the carved patterns on the pillars could be recognized. This is not a projection, Yunxiao said. The real tomb is below. What? Marshal Junwei was shocked. Why are you so sure, Lord Cloudsky? I've said it before, Yunxiao said. I've cultivated the spirit I divine ability, so I have some confidence in judging the truth. Huh? Wei Dongyang was stunned. So what we're looking for is down there. He obviously still didn't believe it. Even if it's below, do you dare to go down? Shui Junwei said coldly. Everyone fell silent as they all looked at Yunxiao. Yunxiao nodded. I'll go down and take a look. You can do as you please. He took the lead and walked towards that lake water. Everyone's hearts rose to their throats, not daring to take a breath. Very quickly, the lake water submerged his neck. A strange feeling welled up in everyone's hearts. They only felt that this scene was very similar to Wei Qiren's state earlier. Yunxiao! The captain suddenly shouted. Lord Yunxiao! Yunxiao's body suddenly stopped. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that they were not possessed. Yunxiao turned around and said, There's nothing. Everything is normal. Are you going to wait until I'm completely down there before you leave? Oh? Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Yunxiao's appearance and words were exactly the same as the one who had tricked them into entering the desolate land. Even his expression was so vivid. Who are you? Marshal Junwei shouted and threw a punch in the air. As the fist beam fell, Yunxiao's figure gradually disappeared. Huge waves were blasted out of the lake, and a water dragon splashed up and down, stirring up the surface of the lake and forming a vortex. Not only did the shadow of the hall in the water not dissipate in the whirlpool, but it also became more solid. The faces of the people from the Shui and Wei families were extremely unsightly. Now that Yunxiao was gone, they did not know whether to advance or retreat. Look, it's Li Yunxiao. Suddenly, a warrior pointed at the water and saw Yunxiao's shadow swimming down in the direction of the hall. Is it true this time? Wei Dongyang asked. I don't care if it's real or fake. I'll just treat it as real. Otherwise, we can't stay here. I don't believe in this evil. With the strength of more than 10 of us, we can run amok in the world. Why would we be trapped in this barren land? He suddenly became determined and took the lead to enter the water. The faces of the Shui family's people suddenly changed, and their expressions were all different. But in the end, they all gritted their teeth and followed one by one. The Wei family members looked at each other, not knowing what to do. A hint of determination flashed across Wei Dongyang's face. Let's go too. Walala! The people from the 2 clans and more than 10 martial emperor powerhouses broke through the surface of the lake and swam toward the bottom of the lake. 6 or 7 of them had battle armors appear on their bodies to repel the lake water, just in case. The group of people descended and soon reached the bottom of the lake, where they saw Yunxiao standing quietly in front of the jade tablet. Who are you? Marshal Junwei asked warily. Yunxiao stared at the jade tablet without saying a word as he murmured. Floating clouds and morning dew? Lightning and flint? Yuishian. It's this, Wei Zihua exclaimed. It's this jade tablet. Oh? Yunxiao turned around and asked, Did you run into another situation? Marshal Junwei was relieved. For some reason, his intuition told him that the man in front of him was the real Li Yunxiao. In the future, we'd better move together with Lord Cloudsky. Otherwise, we really won't know if it's true or not. Wei Zihua walked forward and took out a piece of silk cloth. It was densely covered with lines and marks. It was the route information that the Wei family had painstakingly collected, but it had been completely useless. There were a few large words written on the top of the silk cloth, exactly the same as the ones on the jade tablet. Wei Qiren had also drawn them. Lord Yunxiao, is Yu Ishian's screen really inside this palace? Where are the people who were under the spell? I don't know if it's Yu Ishian's scene, Yunxiao said, but this palace must be related to Yu Ishian. Oh, Wei Dongyang asked in surprise. Would Lord Cloudsky dare to make a judgment next time? Just based on these 2 sentences? Not only are these 2 sentences a portrayal of Yu Ishian's life, Yunxiao said, pointing at the jade tablet. He carved them himself. Everyone was surprised and looked over. They saw that there was a faint power in those words. If they looked closely, it was as if they were about to be sucked in. They were all frightened and hurriedly focused their minds, not daring to look over. What? Wei Dongyang was shocked. Could it be that those people were bewitched because of the words on this jade tablet? Yunxiao shook his head. No, These words only reveal the strongest technique in Xian's life, and it also contains his martial Tao comprehension. That's why you find it difficult to control yourself. What? Marshal Junwei was shocked. Then why are you fine, Lord Yunxiao? Everyone had a strange look on their faces. It could not be that Yunxiao's martial Tao comprehension was stronger than theirs. But it was true. Yunxiao's martial Tao comprehension was not inferior to Xian's. So he was naturally not affected. He could see the words clearly, especially the two unique skills contained in them. Yunxiao ignored the crowd's doubts, but reached out and touched the stone tablet. When his jade-like finger touched the word lightning, an arc of light shot out and spread up Yunxiao's arm, causing him to withdraw his hand out of reflex. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and became alert. Yunxiao's face lit up with joy, and he could not help but laugh. I didn't come here in vain. This power of thunder is one of Yu Xian's two ultimate skills, the 9-in Absolute Thunder. 9-in Absolute Thunder and 8-in Nether Fire? Wei Dongyang's expression changed drastically. They're the two? The smile on Yunxiao's face did not fade. He pointed at the word fire and said, "This should contain the power of the 8-in Dark Fire. Sir Dongyang, you can try it." Wei Dongyang's face was pale. It's rumored that the 8-in Nether Fire is an evil fire that can harm everything. It shouldn't exist in this world at all. Anyone who touches it will die without a doubt. Yunxiao seemed to be in a good mood. It's not that strange. Any power of elements is evolved from the origin power of the 5 elements. The strength of the power is related to the level of the body. With Sir Dongyang's strength, there is nothing to be afraid of. Wei Dongyang still refused to try and said, "Even if these words were formed by Yu Xian's two ultimate skills, this is only the remnant power. How can Lord Yunxiao obtain these two items?" "The 5 elements exist forever in heaven and earth," Yunxiao said. "They will not die because of their master's death. If Yu Xian is really in this tomb, then the power of these 2 elements must still be here. This 9-in Absolute Lightning is something I must obtain, and it's also the main purpose of my trip. I hope you don't fight with me for it." Wei Dongyang frowned. One of their goals for coming here was to search for treasure. Now that they finally had a clue about the treasure, they were already reserved. He immediately felt extremely displeased. Their other goal was to use the strange situation here to weaken or even destroy the other 2 forces of the Earth Dragon City. However, they didn't expect things to change so quickly, and even they themselves had fallen into a situation they couldn't control. His reason still won over the displeasure in his heart. He smiled faintly and said, "If Lord Yunxiao has the ability to obtain this lightning, we will naturally not stop him." The marshal naturally promised to let Yunxiao choose first. "Yes." Yunxiao nodded. "As long as I can get the 9-in Absolute Thunder, everything else can be discussed." The fear in everyone's heart was quickly replaced by the desire to obtain the treasure. They began to feel excited. The tomb was transparent, but it was blocked by a glass light. No one could see inside, and there was not a single door in the entire tomb. "What about the Qin family?" Wei Zihua asked. "Why can't I see a single one?" Although the entire bottom of the lake was large, everyone's eyes could see far away, and there was not a single person. "Don't be too obsessed with the tip of the branch in this strange realm," Yunxiao said. "You must understand that one force can break all laws. As long as you protect your heart, no evil can invade you." He headed straight for the tomb and stepped into the glazed light. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flew back in an instant. It was Yunxiao, and then he shouted, "Not good!" A furious roar came from within the glass light, and 2 terrifying auras spread out. Everyone instantly raised their vigilance. Then the glazed light quickly gathered and kept changing, as if it was about to take form. A terrifying power jumped on the glass light and turned into a green and white color, directly condensing into a demonic beast. It was a dragon and a phoenix, one green and one white, chasing each other in front of the tomb. Yunxiao's face was filled with surprise and joy. Thunder Dragon and Fire Phoenix. It is indeed a treasure left behind by Yu Xian. I want this Thunder Dragon. He turned into lightning and his body expanded rapidly. turning into a giant that was several feet tall. He grabbed at the thunder dragon with his big hand. Roar! The thunder dragon roared and spat out a bolt of lightning, which pierced through Xianxiao's palm and broke the thunder manifestation. Xianxiao's figure appeared in the sky with a surprised look on his face. The thunder art he was cultivating now was a fusion of two kinds of thunder power, which was much stronger than ordinary mutated thunderbolts. But he did not expect it to be broken by his opponent with one strike, which proved that the power of the 9 in absolute thunder was even stronger than his thunder art. Ha ha ha! On the contrary, Xianxia was overjoyed. The stronger the 9 in absolute thunder was, the stronger the power of thunder would be after he refined it. Sword diagram, trap, break, he shouted, and the 9 northern heaven frigid star swords flew out, forming a sword formation around the thunder dragon. They were like a cage that connected with each other, trapping the thunder dragon in the middle. How could a dragon be trapped? The thunder dragon roared again and again, and the lightning scattered, shaking the 9 swords. Xianxiao's face flickered. He still had 2 northern heaven's cold star swords, but at the moment, he had 2 clones guarding the cauldron of mountain and river. It was very difficult for him to control all 11 swords with his current soul power. I'll do it, the demonic dragon suddenly said. With a flash between Xianxiao's brows, a beam of green light emerged, and a green dragon appeared in the sky. It was the demon dragon's true form, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it bit at the thunder dragon. At this moment, the demonic dragon's soul had recovered to the 9th rank, and its strength had increased tremendously. Even if it transformed, it would not be affected at all. The 2 dragons fought fiercely in the air. The 9 northern heaven cold star swords immediately stabilized, and the sea of sword chi spread out, slapping toward the thunder dragon like a raging wave. Xianxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand and manifested 3 heads and 6 arms. He raised the sunset cloud mirror with one hand, and the mirror light penetrated the sword array and shone directly on the thunder dragon. The body's 2 hands quickly formed seals. The seals on the 9 swords sword array flew out and rushed into the array like butterflies. The thunder dragon was fighting with the demonic dragon in the sword formation. With the help of the Great Sorrow Twilight Cloud Mirror and the sword formation, it was not at a disadvantage. Thunderbolts were constantly shot out and spread in all directions. The seals that flew out of the sword formation were constantly shattered by the lightning. Even the mirror light of the sunset cloud mirror was blocked by the lightning, unable to shine on the lightning dragon. Xianxiao's face turned slightly serious. The strength of the thunder dragon was beyond his expectations. It seemed that he could not capture it in a short time. He could only wait and hope that the demonic dragon could hold on a little longer. On the other side, the white fire phoenix had been trapped by the crowd. White sparks were constantly burning in the air. However, under the joint efforts of more than 10 martial sovereigns, it was suppressed and could not escape. The fire phoenix continued to chirp, the temperature gradually increased, and the violent aura became heavier. 18 dark fire? Marshal Junwei snorted coldly. It's nothing. The rumors are too unreliable. Wei Dongyang's eyelids twitched, but he immediately smiled and said, Lord Junwei is right. This flame is nothing more than this. I've been in need of such a mutated flame recently, so I'll take this phoenix. Dream on, Marshal Junwei shouted. This flame is at least a 9th grade item. It's an extremely rare species. If you want to take it away, you can exchange for it with something of equal value. Wei Dongyang's face fell and he snorted. This place has been confirmed to be Yu Yixian's tomb. There must be countless treasures inside. Lord Junwei is too stingy. Then, I'll take this flame. Marshal Junwei sneered. How about letting Brother Dongyang pick one of the treasures inside? Wei Dongyang was a little hesitant. Whether there were any treasures inside was another matter. Even if there were any remains, unless it was Yu Yixian's martial arts, cultivation methods, or personal weapons, there were not many that could match the Thunder Dragon and Fire Phoenix. How about this? Wei Dongyang said. As long as Lord Junwei lets go, I'm willing to exchange something for it. Oh, Shui Junwei sneered. Its value should be at least half of the phoenix's. A pained expression flashed across Wei Dongyang's face as he said, "Naturally, I won't let Lord Junwei suffer a loss." With a flip of his hand, a box made of ground bones appeared in his hand, and he threw it over. There was a skull pattern on the box, but it didn't look ferocious at all. Instead, it looked very gentle. Marshal Junwei's pupils shrank, and he said in shock, "This? Could it be that thing?" He hurriedly opened the box and a white light spilled out. He was overjoyed and immediately closed the box, sealing it up. He said happily, "Ha ha! Good. I'll give this fire phoenix to your brother Dongyang." He immediately flew out of the battle ring and said, "People of the Shui family, come out and give way to the Wei family brothers." The other 5 also hurriedly withdrew their hands and flew to Marshal Junwei's side. They all had strange expressions on their faces, wondering what the clan head had obtained that made him so happy. Suddenly, a clatter came from the sword array on Yunxiao's side, and the 9 northern heaven cold star swords seemed to be unable to hold on. Yunxiao's face paled. Something was wrong with the refining process in the cauldron of mountain and river. The 2 forces of fire in the cauldron had reached a certain balance and were in harmony with each other. Meanwhile, the heart of the calabash little King Kong gradually started to beat again. The countless red gravel was refined and melted, repairing and reconstructing its body. Just as the body was about to be completed, the ice flame suddenly went berserk for some reason and shook the phoenix divine fire away. The 2 flames fought fiercely again, causing the cauldron of mountain and river to shake. The power of the world was faintly discernible, as if it was difficult to suppress. The avatars inside and outside the cauldron were sweating profusely as they quickly cast all kinds of incantation seals into the cauldron. But the 2 flames inside the cauldron were too strong, and they rushed out in all directions, devouring Yunxiao's avatars inside. The expression of the clone outside the cauldron changed drastically, becoming even paler. The cauldron of mountain and river was slowly losing control as his clone's soul power was being depleted. He could no longer see what was going on inside. Bang! 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 Yunxiao, who was outside the tomb, was also greatly affected. His soul power was greatly reduced, and the 9 northern heavens cold star swords were knocked away one by one. His mind was also damaged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Without the help of the sword array and the mirror light, the demon dragon was at a disadvantage. Knowing that it would be futile to fight again, it hurriedly flew back into Yunxiao's body. After getting out of trouble, the thunder dragon did not pursue Yunxiao. Instead, it roared and flew toward the Wei family, trying to save the fire phoenix. Yunxiao hurriedly swallowed a few medicinal pills, then retreated to the side and began to regulate his breathing. The thunder dragon turned into a thunderbolt in the water and seemed to dye the entire lake green. It swept towards the Wei family and the entire bottom of the lake was illuminated green. Yunxiao was not in a hurry to subdue the thunder dragon now. Since it had appeared, it could not escape from his palm. The most important thing now was to figure out the situation inside the cauldron of mountain and river. After he retreated to a distance, he immediately sat down cross-legged and transformed in the Divine Realm tablet. "Lord Cloudsky, are you all right?" When Marshal Junwei and the others saw that Yunxiao was injured, they hurried over to protect him. Yunxiao's soul power gushed into the Divine Realm tablet, then took shape and merged with the remaining clone. One after another, ancient Maha characters emerged from his hand and were sent into the cauldron of mountain and river. The fluctuating 5-colored light suddenly settled down, and a series of rumbling sounds came from above the cauldron. An uncontrollable power burst out of the cauldron and broke through the restriction above it. It turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. He looked over and saw a big red hand reaching out from inside, grabbing the cauldron and trying to climb out. Yunxiao was taken aback. He hurriedly slapped the cauldron with his palm, knocking the hand back. Then he frowned and hesitated for a moment. Then 3 beams of light flew out of his hand and shot into the cauldron. The other was pure silver in color. It was the northern heaven frigid star iron. One of them was pure gold. It was the heavenly shine imperial gold. There was also a shapeless and colorless ray of light that was constantly changing its shape in the air. It was the memory origin gold that he had traded with the MU clan. After the 3 top-grade metal raw materials flew in, the cauldron of mountain and river was silent for a moment, and then a crazy roar burst out. It was the sound of the gored little King Kong, as if it was struggling with all its might. Xianxia was overjoyed. The Calabash King Kong must have come back to life. He grinned hideously and said, "Be good and don't be afraid. It's just a little pain in the skin. 1,000 hammers will excavate deep mountains, and a raging fire will burn it as if it's nothing." The incantation seals in his hands were performed even faster, and they were sent into the cauldron one by one. The gored little King Kong seemed to have fainted from the pain, and soon there was no sound. However, the changes in the 5-colored light coming from the cauldron of mountain and river were very powerful, which proved that it was very difficult to refine inside. Xianxia looked up worriedly. It was the place where the light had disappeared. It was the power of the fusion of the Phoenix Divine Flame and the nameless Ice Flame, which had dissipated in the sky, and even he could not sense it. "If you lack flames, I'll use lightning to refine you." Xianxia had no time to think about it. With a light cry, he gathered a thunderball in each of his hands, each emitting a very strong power of thunder. They were the thunder of heavenly tribulation and the demonic thunder of the rabbit in the end of time. The 2 thunderbolts gathered in his hands and formed a sea of thunder, which spread out and covered the entire cauldron of mountain and river. Pai Pala! The entire cauldron of mountain and river was struck by the lightning. The 5-colored light was also destroyed by the lightning. At that moment, in front of the tomb at the bottom of the lake, the same green lightning spread out and rushed into the Wei family's camp, forcibly blasting a passage. The fire phoenix raised its head and chirped. It opened its mouth and spat out a white flame towards the Wei family. The dragon and phoenix roared together, and thunder and fire intertwined, instantly doubling the power. The expressions of the Wei family members changed drastically. They didn't dare to face the flames head-on and retreated one after another. "Lord Junwei, please give us a hand," Wei Dongyang said. "I've already given you the phoenix. It's not good to attack now, right?" Marshal Junwei frowned. Wei Dongyang cursed in his heart and said, "Then please help us chase away this lightning dragon, Sir Junwei." "This thunder dragon is for Lord Xianxia," said Marshal Junwei hesitantly. "We shouldn't interfere." "No." Wei Dongyang's face was livid. "If we can't subdue this dragon and phoenix, we won't be able to enter and get more treasures. I believe in Brother Dongyang's strength. You can definitely subdue these 2 elementalists," Marshal Junwei said calmly. Wei Dongyang was furious. These 2 elementalists could be easily subdued if they were separated, but now that they were working together, their power seemed to have increased by several times. If he were to take them down by force, he would probably suffer great losses. He turned to look at Xianxia, who was meditating with his eyes closed, with beads of cold sweat dripping down his face. He seemed to have suffered a serious injury and could not be used at all. Marshal Junwei sneered in his heart. He wanted the Wei family to expend a lot of energy in this battle. It would be best if a few more people died so that they would not have the strength to compete with them after entering the tomb. "Brother Dongyang, you're only warming up when you're facing such a strong enemy. You must be very confident," said Marshal Junwei with a cold smile. He didn't believe that the Wei family only had this much strength. They were all large aristocratic families with thousands of years of history. He wouldn't believe that they didn't have some foundation. This was the best opportunity to spy on the other party's true strength. Wei Dongyang snorted heavily and looked at the dragon and phoenix transformation. A thick murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "Everyone, use your full strength. I must get this fire phoenix." The Wei family's people's expressions turned serious and their auras changed as if they had made up their minds. The surrounding lake water emitted boiling white smoke and bubbles under the impact of their qi-jin. The dragon and the phoenix seemed to have sensed something, and the violent qi in their bodies continued to rise, merging with each other. "Split them up." Wei Dongyang's expression changed as he shouted. His jade ruler whirled in the air and a fingerprint landed on the body of the ruler. Suddenly, there was a sound of surprise. With a flash of green light, a sword flew out of the jade ruler. The jade ruler was actually just a scabbard. Wei Dongyang held the sword in his hand, and a sword intent spread out, slashing at the air. The green sword chi split the lake and the space in half. The sound of the dragon and phoenix was instantly split apart, and 2 rays of green and white light were released. They both took form and roared. The Wei family split into 2 groups and charged forward. They immediately attacked the dragon and phoenix separately and suppressed them one by one. Wei Dongyang snorted coldly after the first strike. He then charged forward and slashed at the fire phoenix. As for the thunder dragon, he had no intention of helping Yunxiao. At the moment, 3 Wei family martial artists were holding it back, and he would leave it alone after the fire phoenix was taken away. Yunxiao's refinement in the Divine Realm tablet had also reached the most critical juncture. A steady stream of thunderbolts was poured into the cauldron of mountain and river to replace the flame, but the power of these 2 thunderbolts was still far inferior to that of the Phoenix True Flame, and the time taken was constantly being dragged out. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the sky. A golden mutated thunderbolt descended from the sky and crashed into the sea of lightning. It attacked the cauldron of mountain and river along with the other 2 types of lightning. A demonic beast covered in golden light gradually appeared in the sky. It was Dark Thunder. It had already evolved to the 9th rank, and golden lightning flashed around its body. Yunxiao was overjoyed. "What are you still standing there for?" he cried out. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and help me refine the cauldron." Dark Thunder shook its fur and charged for a while. Then it opened its mouth and spat out lightning bolts. A hammer appeared in Yunxiao's hand, and he smashed it forward. Boom! An ancient Maha character appeared in the prison of thunder. The 3 powers of thunder and lightning merged together to form a thundercloud, which struck the cauldron of mountain and river. A huge tremor came from within the cauldron. Rays of multicolored light shot out and directly dispersed the lightning. The world energy on the entire cauldron dispersed and started to spin rapidly in the air. Yunxiao's eyes were filled with surprise and joy as he stood there and waited quietly with the hammer in his hand. The Dark Thunder had also just broken through to the 9th tier, and it had already contributed all its strength. At this moment, it stood motionlessly beside Yunxiao, staring vigilantly at the cauldron of mountain and river. Boom! Boom! After 2 extremely dull sounds, a red light flew out like a rainbow in the sky. The rainbow gradually shrank and revealed the true body of the gourd little King Kong. Yunxiao suddenly felt a strong and fierce aura coming at him. Roar! The Dark Thunder roared in a low voice, and its 2 front claws kept scratching in the air, its eyes full of fear. At this moment, the calabash little King Kong didn't feel like it was made of stone like before. Instead, its whole body gave off a hard metallic feeling, and its silver-white body would occasionally flash with a strange light. Yunxiao's divine sense swept over, but it was immediately blocked by a force. He knew that this was the magical effect of the red gravel, which could resist a certain degree of spiritual sense. He slightly strengthened his power and immediately penetrated the blocking power. His spiritual sense directly attached itself to the gourd little King Kong. The body was made of northern heaven frigid star iron and red gravel as the main materials, with the addition of heavenly shine K gold and memory origin gold. The entire body was already the strongest existence. Attack! Yunxiao ordered. Give me a full punch. The eyes of the Calabash King Kong lit up, clenched its fist and threw a punch at Yunxiao. Around the fist radiance, there were a large number of dense and invisible black cracks. This was the phenomenon of space being continuously shattered. This fist was also the Vajra punch. Yunxiao's face flickered. He sensed a power that made his heart palpitate from the wind, as if the punch was enough to hurt his soul form. What's going on? Yunxiao was shocked. The palpitations came from his soul, and he could not be wrong. His pupils shrank, and he suddenly seemed to have discovered something. He saw that on the fist, a tiny ice flower condensed. It was the ice flame that had almost killed the gourd little King Kong. Shock! Yunxiao was taken aback. With a thought, He and the dark thunder disappeared under the fist. Crack! A slight sound of freezing came from the space, followed by a large number of spatial fragments directly shattering and falling down, leaving black holes in the sky. In an instant, Xianxia's figure appeared again, and the horror on his face could not be concealed. Although that ice flower was extremely small, it was definitely born from that strange ice flame. That was an existence no less than the 10th grade true phoenix flame, and even the soul would probably be burned by a little bit. Xianxia's face turned a little solemn. He looked up at the sky and closed his eyes quietly. The white light that had rushed out of the cauldron of mountain and river was the power of the fusion of the divine fire and the ice flame. At this moment, it had disappeared in the divine realm tablet, so he could not sense it. The demonic dragon's soul was connected to his, so it also took on a human form. It said in shock, "Even you can't find them. Could it be that the two flames eroded each other and disappeared?" "The 5 elements reinforce and counteract each other," Xianxia said seriously. "If there are 2 attributes of the 5 elements that counteract each other, the situation you mentioned is very likely to happen. But the power of the 2 flames will not cancel each other out. Moreover, the ice flame is just a tiny flame that came from the rainbow stone, not the power of the original fire. On the other hand, the Phoenix Divine Flame is a wisp of origin flame, so it should be able to devour the opponent directly. This is also the reason why I took the risk to use the Phoenix Origin Flame." The demonic dragon frowned and said, "But the fact is that neither of the 2 flames exist now. Or is the ice flame even higher in rank than the Phoenix Divine Flame? A small flame will be able to extinguish it and also leave a small flame on the stone beast." Xianxia shook his head. "That's impossible. Even among 10th level true spirits, phoenixes are ranked in the top few. If I'm not wrong, that wisp of original flame might be evolving." "Evolution? What?" The demonic dragon was shocked. "That's already a 10th tier item. Can still evolve?" "Although I haven't reached the 10th level," Xianxia said, "since ancient true spirits have different strength levels, they naturally have evolved as well. The reason why I have such a guess is that the Divine Realm Tablet's world power has not weakened, but it seems to be increasing faintly. The power of the Divine Flame is probably enough to break through the power of an entire world. So even if I'm the owner of this place, I can't spy on its existence as long as it's not willing." Xianxia gave the gourd little King Kong another look and said, "The fire seed on the gourd little King Kong's body should be the leftover after the Phoenix Fire had devoured it to its full capacity. After all, there was only 1 wisp of the original fire, which was too little. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that as long as I can control this ice flame, I can continuously feed it to the true Phoenix Flame and make it stronger?" the demonic dragon asked with a strange expression. "That should be the case," Xianxia said. "But this rainbow ice flame is too evil and terrifying. If it is the complete power of the original flame, it is indeed possible that it is above the Phoenix True Flame. How can it be controlled?" In the next moment, his body flickered and he appeared beside Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong was still floating in the air quietly. The light around her body had not weakened at all, like a sleeping princess. However, his aura made Xianxia feel an inexplicable fear, and he did not dare to get too close. The Agarine, which the previous lord of Red Moon City would rather go missing for no reason, and the Rainbow Stone, which the Palace of Donghai attached great importance to, would bring about a great change when the 2 were combined. If it were not for the Divine Realm Tablet, Xianxia would not have dared to take it. Xianxia's expression changed several times before he came out of the Divine Realm Tablet. His main body, which had been regulating his breathing, opened his eyes slightly. A slender jade bottle was suspended in the air, emitting layers of shimmer. The fire phoenix's struggle under it was getting weaker and weaker, and it was gradually being absorbed. Roar! The thunder dragon in the distance roared madly. Circles of lightning poured out crazily and broke through the confinement of the 3-way family members in an instant. The 2 elemental creatures had been together for thousands of years. Although they had low intelligence, there was an inexplicable emotion between them. The fire phoenix was about to suffer, and the thunder dragon went berserk without a care. Wei Dongyang's expression suddenly changed and he said angrily, "I can't even trap an elemental." He pointed his finger in the air, and the sword in his hand emitted a brilliant light. The sword light spread out like wings, and the sword chi rushed out like a cold and fierce beast. Roar! The thunder dragon was cut by the sword radiance, and its momentum was immediately weakened. The green color became dim. The fire phoenix, which was about to be sucked into the jade bottle, felt something and flipped its body in the air. Its white body became brighter and the point between its eyebrows became brighter and brighter. "Lord Clan Leader, there's a situation," a member of the Wei family suddenly exclaimed. Wei Dongyang was about to slash the thunder dragon again when he suddenly jolted and turned around. The fire phoenix let out a sorrowful cry, and the flame between its brows suddenly exploded. Its entire body instantly turned into nothingness, and white flames rushed out. Bang! The jade bottle in the sky was the first to bear the brunt and exploded. Wei Dongyang's heart ached, but before he could get angry, white flame rushed over. He held his sword horizontally in front of him in shock and anger, and a sword barrier immediately appeared. Bang! 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 The sound of explosions came from all around. Although Wei Dongyang's barrier did not break, he was directly pushed back dozens of meters by the force. The flames that filled the sky almost burned the entire bottom of the lake into a vacuum. Walala! A large amount of lake water filled the area, and the entire scene was in chaos. All the Wei family members were injured by the fire phoenix's self-destruction. One of them was the closest to the fire and screamed in pain. In the end, there was no sound and he was burned to ashes at the bottom of the lake. Everyone looked terrified. Wei Dongyang was so angry that his body was trembling. Not only had he lost the jade bottle and the life of a martial supreme, but he had also given Marshal Wei a precious treasure. In the end, he had injured everyone and gained nothing. Under the impact of the flames, the lightning dragon became dim, and it let out a sorrowful cry. Yunxiao's eyes shone as he performed an incantation gesture with one hand. The demonic dragon immediately merged with his soul, and his body began to demonize. Powerful soul power spread out, and he teleported away in an instant. Marshal Junwei was greatly shocked. He was so happy to see the Wei family suffer a great loss that he did not notice Yunxiao's condition. Instead, he sensed a powerful spiritual power and found that Yunxiao had already transformed into a demon. After refining the calabash little King Kong, Yunxiao's soul power could not be restored in a short time, so he could only rely on the power of the demonic dragon, which was a 9th-tier dragon soul, and its strength was no higher than Yunxiao's. He conjured a lightning spell with both hands and descended from the sky, trapping the lightning dragon within. The thunder dragon was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so how could it resist? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was directly sucked into Yunxiao's body. This scene fell into everyone's eyes. All the Wei family members looked at each other in a daze, not knowing what they were feeling. Wei Dongyang, on the other hand, was so angry that he was about to explode. They were both collecting elemental spirits, but the results were completely different. His eyes were spewing fire as he stared at Yunxiao, an impulse to rush up and kill him welling up in his heart. Ha! Congratulations, Lord Cloudsky, for successfully obtaining the 9-in absolute lightning. Congratulations! Congratulations! Marshal Junwei's face was full of smiles as he cheered loudly. Then he sighed and said, "It's a pity that Brother Dongyang's collection wasn't so smooth. It's really a pity." Wei Dongyang's lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something, but he held back. His expression looked like he was about to cry, making Marshal Junwei feel happy. A Wei family warrior finally couldn't help but say angrily, "Yunxiao, we seriously injured the 9-in absolute thunder, which is why you took it so easily. You can't take it for yourself." The rest of the Wei family's people also echoed with grief on their faces. One of them said, "We also lost an expert. You didn't contribute anything to the 9-in absolute lightning, so it should all belong to my Wei family." Wei Dongyang kept nodding his head. Although he didn't express his opinion, he clearly had the same intention. "Do you still have any shame?" Shui Junwei shouted angrily. At the beginning, I said that the 9 absolute lightning belongs to Lord Yunxiao, and the 8 dark fire belongs to you. He looked furious on the surface, but he was actually laughing in his heart, hoping that their relationship with Yunxiao would be completely broken. A warrior snorted coldly and said, "That's what we agreed on before, but in reality, we have to make actual contributions. We, the Wei family, have almost done our best, while that Li Yunxiao has done nothing. How can he get the absolute thunder?" Yunxiao's face turned cold as he said, "I didn't say anything because I wanted everyone to work together and help each other. But since you've said so, I have to settle this score with you," he said coldly. "If this 9 absolute lightning is taken by me in my peak state, its effect will be 10 times that of its current weakened state. We've already agreed that you guys will take the dark fire and I'll take the absolute lightning, but you guys attacked my 9 absolute lightning dragon and made it extremely weak. It's no longer useful to take it back now, and you still have the face to talk to me about the absolute lightning? Sir Dongyang, can you give me an explanation for this breach of contract?" Everyone broke into a cold sweat. In that case, it was the Wei family who owed Yunxiao. Although it sounded a little outrageous that Yunxiao would not have been able to obtain the 9 absolute thunder so easily without the people of the Wei family, what he said was reasonable. "Since we've reached an agreement from the beginning, what right do you have to touch his things?" Shui Junwei pretended to be shocked and shouted with an exaggerated expression. "So that's how it is?" "Yes, Brother Dongyang. Please give Lord Yunxiao an explanation." Wei Dongyang's anger turned into sweat. Yunxiao's words were indeed impeccable. They had provoked the Thunder Dragon themselves, so who could they blame? He was extremely unwilling and said, "If there weren't people from the Wei family, how could Lord Yunxiao have easily obtained the absolute lightning? This can be considered a little help, right?" "Humph," Yunxiao said. "I can't get the absolute thunder without you? Aren't you all overestimating yourselves? All the speculations are just your own wishful thinking. And the fact that you destroyed my Thunder Dragon is an ironclad fact. Hehe, Sir Dongyang, you're using your guesses to verify the truth. You're bullying me for not reading enough." Wei Dongyang felt dizzy and said angrily, "Now that we've already fought, what do you want?" Marshal Junwei sneered. "Hehe, you can't be reasonable, so you're using brute force. My Shui family will definitely stand on Lord Yunxiao's side." Wei Dongyang's body trembled with anger, and killing intent kept appearing in his eyes. If they had fought with the Shui family from the beginning, they would have had a high chance of winning. Now that they had lost 3 people and all of them were injured, they were completely at a disadvantage and could not fight against the Shui family. Wei Dongyang suddenly felt that things were getting worse and worse, and he was losing the initiative bit by bit. "I'm just thinking that we're all in the same boat," Yunxiao said coldly. "I don't want to do anything. But Sir Dongyang is really disappointing. I just want an explanation now. How do you want me to explain this to you?" Wei Dongyang's face was livid. "I'm not an unreasonable person," Yunxiao said. "After all, I have to look at the big picture. As long as you apologize to me, Sir Dongyang, I'll be fine." "You want me to apologize to you? It's impossible." Wei Dongyang was furious. His side had suffered such heavy losses, losing a few treasures for nothing, and now they had to apologize to the person who had obtained the absolute lightning. How could he swallow this? "In that case, I won't force you," Yunxiao snorted coldly. "But I'll part ways with Lord Dongyang now, and we'll get the treasures with our own strength." Shui Junwei was delighted. At this moment, his Shui family was the strongest, so he immediately agreed, "You're right. It's just that Lord Cloud Sky is too magnanimous." Wei Dongyang's body trembled with anger. He wanted to kill her a few times, but he suppressed it and gritted his teeth. Good, good. Marshal Junwei. Li Yunxiao, you're ruthless. It's fine if you want to split up, but you better not fall into my hands." He flicked his sleeves on the spot to show his break. "Then I wish Brother Dongyang good luck." Marshal Junwei sneered. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Now that the 3 families of the Earth Dragon City had gone to the Qin family, if they could take this opportunity to get rid of the Wei family, then 2 out of the 3 would be gone and the remaining Du family would not be a threat at all. He could travel across cities and extend his influence to the Earth Dragon City, which was much better than any treasure. As he thought about it, killing intent constantly emerged in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Lord Dongyang is in pain, Xianxia said indifferently. I'll remember this. I hope nothing bad will happen to you, too. After the two families broke off, they immediately divided into two distinct factions and stood in front of the tomb. After the dragon and phoenix disappeared, the light in front of the tomb gradually weakened until it disappeared. The scene inside the tomb began to appear clearly in front of everyone's eyes. When they saw the scene inside, everyone was shocked and retreated several steps in horror. The entire tomb was transparent, and one could see what was inside with a single glance. Dozens of people knelt in neat rows on the ground. Not only were there people from the Qin family and the Wei family, but there were also people from the Du family who had never appeared before, as well as some unfamiliar figures who were probably other martial artists who had fallen into this situation. Above these people there was a flight of stairs that led to the throne. A burly man sat on the throne. His face was clear, and what was even more shocking was that he was in high spirits. His right hand was on a large sword. Suddenly, the scene in the tomb began to fluctuate, like ripples suddenly appearing on a calm lake. The figure in the tomb suddenly became blurry. Not good, quickly retreat. Xianxia's face flickered. He cried out and hurriedly ran back. A powerful force rushed out of the tomb, causing the entire lake bottom to ripple. By the time the Shui and Wei family members realized what was going on, they were already surrounded by a dense crowd of people. They were the martial sovereigns who had knelt in the tomb earlier. There were more than 40 of them. Everyone's faces instantly turned pale. The strength of the enemy and their side was completely unequal. Even Wei Qiren's uncle, who had lost an arm when he was dragged into the lake, was among them. He had an evil smile on his face. "Where's Li Yunxiao?" a martial artist from the Shui family suddenly asked. Yunxiao was the first to react, and he disappeared after taking a step back. At the moment, there were less than 20 people from the two families trapped. "Damn it! He's running so fast." A Wei family warrior gritted his teeth. Wei Dongyang's expression changed slightly, and he said with a livid face, "He must be hiding in the void with the supreme Yang umbrella." A strange look flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he raised his hand and a talisman light appeared. Strange golden patterns spread on the Wei family's bodies. Then, their figures slowly faded and finally disappeared at the bottom of the lake. A high-grade invisibility talisman. Marshal Junwei's expression changed drastically. The Yuan Yang umbrella and the high-grade invisibility talisman were extremely powerful, and these possessed people couldn't detect them at all. Sure enough, after the Wei family disappeared, the bewitched martial artists seemed to be on guard. They released their auras and walked towards the Shui family. There were only 6 people from the Shui family, and they were surrounded by more than 40 martial emperor powerhouses. They were already shivering all over, and they did not even have the heart to fight. Marshal Junwei was still calm. There were no high-level martial emperor powerhouses among these evil martial sovereigns. With his strength and trump cards, it was not impossible for him to kill his way out. However, his subordinates were afraid of him. He could only take good care of their families. At that moment, Yunxiao's figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Sure enough, he was holding the supreme Yang umbrella in his hand. The immemorial heavenly eye between his eyebrows suddenly opened, and a powerful thunderbolt shot out into the void. Bang! There was a tremor in the air, as if a fire had started. The space was gradually burned open, and the figures of the Wei family gradually appeared. Their original playful expressions began to turn into wooden chickens. Yunxiao's thunderbolt broke the enemy's high-grade hiding talisman, and then the small red umbrella opened again and disappeared before everyone's eyes. The members of the Wei family were completely dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open as they looked at the 20-odd martial emperor powerhouses who were charging at them. They could not even get angry. It was not until the fierce attack arrived that Wei Dongyang's hysterical roar was heard. "Li Yunxiao, I swear I'm not a human if I don't kill you." After this roar, the entire tomb fell into an earth-shattering battle. Marshal Junwei was overjoyed. After the Wei family had taken half of the enemies, it was not impossible to turn the tide. He shouted, "Only by fighting to the death will there be a way out." 2 meteor hammers appeared in his hands. They were tied together by iron chains and instantly circled in front of him. They transformed into a nebula and directly smashed the head of the person who was charging at him. Immediately, everyone's morale rose, and they charged forward with bloodshot eyes. Wei Dongyang also took out the sword in his ruler and cut down several people in a row. All of them were pale, and their hatred for Yunxiao had reached an extreme level. Yunxiao stood quietly in the void and watched carefully. Although the men from the Shui and Wei families were ruthless and killed several people, which seemed to have boosted their morale, the 40-odd people who were possessed were all martial supremes. They suffered great losses with every kill, so they soon fell into a bitter battle. Moreover, there were as many as 3 6-star martial emperors in the group. The advantage was reversed all of a sudden, and the people from 2 clans died on the spot. While Yunxiao was hesitating about how to attack, several beams of light suddenly flew over from the distance. "Everyone, don't panic, we'll help," the person at the front shouted. Just as Marshal Wei was about to escape, he looked over and saw that it was the Du family. Although there were only 6 of them, they were still very encouraging. "Brother Linling, come and help me," Shui Junwei shouted in joy. "These ghostly people devoured more than 10 of my clansmen." Du Linling said with towering hatred. "They deserve to die." He held a saber in front of his chest and directly became one with the saber, cutting a path from the outside and killing 3 people in a row. He rushed into the battle, instantly reducing the pressure on the Shui family and rousing them. Wei Dongyang also shouted from a distance, "Brother Linling, please help me quickly." Du Linling's eyes were spitting fire as he said coldly, "Wei Dongyang, if it wasn't for the problem with the information you gave us, how could our Du family fall into such a situation?" "No." Wei Dongyang panicked and said, "Brother Linling, you've misunderstood. This place is too strange. It changes so fast that the information is unreliable. We have our own people who are possessed." "Humph. In short, you, Wei Dongyang, are definitely not a good person." Du Linling ignored him and joined forces with the Shui family to resist the enemy. The situation instantly changed. Du Linling wasn't a kind person either. He only cared about his own interests. If the Shui and Wei families were destroyed, they would be in danger. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get out of the lake. Wei Dongyang was in the same city as him, so he naturally helped the Shui family. After observing for a while, Yunxiao found a problem. Although these possessed people seemed to be conscious and had endless martial arts techniques, they did not know how to take pills. Logically speaking, they should have brought a lot of medicinal pills with them, but no matter how weak their origin power was, they had never seen anyone take any. Meanwhile, the people of the 3 clans were eating medicinal pills like they were beans, and it seemed that they could still hold on for a while. Yunxiao cast his eyes into the tomb. The man on the throne was still sitting there, his eyes not only bright and full of spirit, but also shining with an extremely strange light. The bewitchment of these people should be related to this man. Could this person be Yu Yixian? Then was he dead or not? A strange feeling welled up in Yunxiao's heart. Although it looked lifelike, his intuition told him that it was a dead person inside. But why was he still able to stir up such strange waves after his death? Yunxiao pondered for a while, then finally stepped into the air and walked toward the tomb. He only stopped in front of the hall's door, his expression turning grave. This was because there was a strange energy coming from within that made him feel an extreme sense of danger. Moreover, this feeling seemed somewhat familiar. What was this feeling? Yunxiao raised his foot and was about to step into the tomb when he suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and a sense of fear gushed out of him, causing him to quickly withdraw. All of a sudden, the treasured sword beside Yu Yixian, which was stuck in the ground, flashed and an unparalleled sword essence attacked. Bang! Yunxiao did not have time to dodge, so he slashed at the little red umbrella. The invisibility power was broken in an instant, and his figure emerged with a horrified look on his face. The sword's consciousness was extremely powerful. It was at least a high-level martial supreme. But what was going on with this sword? If the real Xianxia had attacked, he would not have only had this much power. But if it was not him, who could have slashed out the sword intent? Xiao's face was unusually serious, and he became extremely vigilant. The experts who had besieged the three aristocratic families outside the hall immediately noticed Xiao, and several figures rushed over in surprise and anger. Xiao's little red umbrella's defense had been broken by the sword beam, so it could no longer hide. He immediately put away the umbrella and shone the sunset cloud mirror into the sky. Beams of mirror light formed an array in front of him, condensing into dozens of mirrors. He and his men walked into one of them and immediately disappeared. At the same time as the warriors rushed into the mirror, Xiao walked out from the other side. He calmly pointed a finger in the air, and 9 swords hung high in the sky before falling down to the mirror. Bang! 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 Under the sword chi, the dozens of mirror surfaces were all shattered. The 9 swords slashed down with infinite power. The 4 martial artists had just escaped from the mirror array and were immediately trapped by the 9 swords. The sword chi pressed down from the sky, causing their expressions to change. Each of them revealed a look of horror and used all their means to resist. A sneer appeared at the corner of Xiao's mouth, and a fierce gleam flickered in his eyes. His body began to transform into a demon, and he merged with the demonic dragon. His soul power instantly rose to the 9th tier, and he changed the seal with one hand. The 9 swords immediately formed a sword array, and a sword talisman was formed. Instantly, sword chi spread out like a vortex and sucked the 4 of them in. Bang! Bang! The bodies of the 4 martial artists exploded one after another under the whirlpool of swords. They screamed and turned into a bloody mist. Xiao withdrew his sword and stood aside calmly. The lake water immediately swept away the blood mist, as if the 4 had never existed. From afar, Shui Junwei saw this scene clearly. He immediately shouted, "Lord Cloud Sky, quickly come and help us." Xiao had killed 4 martial sovereigns with one move, which shocked him so much that he could not care less about his face and cried out for help. Xiao took a look. The possessed martial artists were not stupid. They had already sent out a large number of people to besiege the people of the Shui family and the Du family, and the pressure on the Wei family was temporarily relieved. But 4 of them were dead, and they were struggling to hold on against the 6 martial artists. Under the fierce battle, Wei Dongyang glanced over from the corner of his eye, revealing extreme resentment. With a cold look on his face, Xiao ignored him and flew straight into the Shui family's camp. Although Wei Dongyang was a 6-stars martial emperor, he did not take him seriously. After Xiao rushed into the battle, he immediately released Dark Thunder. The roaring beast roared and pounced at a warrior. The golden lightning on its body spread out, turning into tiny lightning dragons that spread in all directions. Everyone was shocked. Although Dark Thunder had just reached the 9th rank, 9th rank monstrous beasts were extremely fierce. Moreover, the golden lightning was unusually rare, which gave everyone a fright. That martial artist was also caught off guard. His entire body was turned black by the roar of the mysterious thunder, and then he was torn into pieces. This fierce expression immediately frightened the surrounding cultivators, but it also raised the morale of their own side, and the situation that had been suppressed for a long time began to show a counterattack. Right now, everyone was relying on medicinal pills to bitterly hold on, and had long been covered in injuries. This time, even the last bit of strength was stimulated, and they fought back with all their might. Xiao performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and 11 northern heaven cold star swords circled around him, their sword chi growing stronger and stronger. At this moment, he also discovered a problem. As the number of swords increased, his control over each sword became weaker and weaker. Now that he had merged with the demonic dragon and his soul power had reached rank 9, it was difficult for him to control 11 swords. If he followed the million sword illustrations instructions and wanted to control the 10,000 swords, how was he able to do it? He could only take it one step at a time. These decided cultivation methods might not be complete, because they were already close to surpassing the existence of martial arts. The founder himself might not have been able to control the 10,000 swords. Yunxiao's guess was very close to the truth. The so-called 10,000 swords was just a deduction made by the warrior who had created it. The 11th sword picture. Break, Yunxiao cried out. The 11 swords spinning around him immediately converged into a huge sword, which flew up into the air and slashed at the group of possessed warriors. A sword talisman flickered on the sword-shaped object, emitting a dazzling golden light. Yunxiao changed the incantation gesture in his hand and gave a light cry. The sword talisman transformed, and the huge sword instantly disintegrated into countless tiny sword chi, which were as dense as carps crossing the river. Everyone was shocked. They could feel the horror of this sword. At the same time, they were overjoyed. The stronger their people were, the greater the chance of winning. Sword cloud rain, Yunxiao cried out as he raised his right hand. The countless tiny sword chi rained down from the sky like a gentle breeze. The entire space was engulfed by this sword rain. The 10 or so cultivators who had been bewitched all revealed horrified expressions. They wanted to retreat, but they found that the entire space had been locked by sword chi. The sword chi was like needles, piercing into their bodies and wantonly destroying their meridians. A few warriors who were already seriously injured finally couldn't hold on under this rain of swords. Their emperor chi was directly pierced through, and their bodies immediately became a hornet's nest. They couldn't be more dead. The rain of sword chi that filled the sky swirled at the bottom of the lake, constantly attacking the protective emperor chi of the warriors. Cold sweat trickled down Yunxiao's forehead. He had just refined the calabash little King Kong and had not recovered much, but he had to use such a soul-consuming move. But he could not hold on for a moment, so he immediately performed an incantation gesture and stopped. The rain of swords dissipated in an instant, turning into 11 long swords that flew back and stabbed into his feet one by one. The cold air was threatening. Yunxiao's face turned pale in an instant, and he could no longer maintain his soul-fighting technique. His demonized body gradually returned to normal. He quickly swallowed a medicinal pill and began to regulate his breathing. In the gap of this move, the cultivators on their side took a breath, swallowed a large number of pills, and angrily attacked. Dark Thunder also stepped on a golden thundercloud and charged forward. The tables had turned, and the other party was forced into a passive position. On the other side, the Wei family also seemed to be encouraged and killed 2 more martial artists, but they also lost 1 person. It became a 3-on-4 battle, and they were slowly turning the tables. However, Wei Dongyang was ready to die at this moment. More than a dozen of his family's experts had followed him out, but now only 2 or 3 of them were going back. They would probably be punished by the family once they returned. With such a heavy loss, even he, the patriarch, would not be able to escape punishment. Suddenly, Yunxiao was taken aback and cried out, "Be careful!" Everyone was stunned for a moment, not knowing what was going on. There seemed to be ripples in the tomb, and a beam of sword chi shot out. Yunxiao hurriedly performed a sword incantation gesture, and the 11 northern heaven cold star swords at his feet suddenly flew up and condensed into a giant sword in the air, then slashed at the tomb. Bang! The manifestation of the 11 swords' sword wills was shattered, and the remaining sword beams cut into Yunxiao's body, sending him flying. Yunxiao was taken aback. His body immediately emitted beams of golden light, and the indestructible golden body technique was activated on its own, completely crushing the remaining power of the sword chi. Even so, there was still a bloody gash on his chest, and several meridians were cut. However, in a few breaths they recovered on their own. His body had been cleansed by the Great One celestial chi, and all impurities had been refined. After he had broken through to the martial supreme realm, his physical body had also taken a qualitative leap. Although it was still not comparable to Ao Changkong's body of great accomplishment, it was still much stronger than an ordinary 9th-rank monstrous beast. As soon as the sword chi appeared in the tomb, all the possessed martial artists were shocked. They abandoned their enemies and hurriedly fled into the tomb. The 3 clans naturally wouldn't give chase. Although they had the upper hand at the beginning, they had already exhausted all their energy. No one was willing to give chase, nor did they have the strength to do so. One by one, they began to take out all kinds of natural treasures and adjust their breathing. Shui Junwei's face was also pale, and he kept panting. After the battle, the Shui family only had 2 people left, the Du family had 3 people, and the Wei family also had 2 people. The 3 families had lost nearly 20 people in total, and they were basically completely wiped out. But the result was also amazing. The ground was covered with corpses, and together with the 9 people killed by Yunxiao and the Dark Thunder, they had killed more than 30 martial sovereigns. No one would believe it if they told anyone. And in this battle, Yunxiao's strength had made everyone extremely afraid. Wei Dongyang, in particular, was completely dumbfounded. It was impossible for him to seek revenge from Yunxiao. He could only gasp for breath, not knowing how to deal with the situation. Lord Yunxiao, what was that sword chi just now? Marshal Junwei's expression was unsightly. Yu Yixian's body is in this tomb, Yunxiao said. He is holding a giant sword in his hand, which is a little strange. He paused for a moment and added, Yu Yixian's corpse is also a little strange. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what this strange thing meant. Yunxiao immediately told them what he had seen, and only then did everyone understand. But their faces were very pale, and no one knew whether it was because they had consumed too much primordial qi or because they looked so terrible. Lord Yunxiao, what should we do now? Marshal Junwei asked. We've all become defeated soldiers. If there's really a power that's comparable to a high-level marshal supreme in there, we'll only be courting death if we go in. Don't worry, Yunxiao said. We're already here, and there are so many casualties. I'm afraid you won't be satisfied until you figure out the situation. Everyone was silent, and that was the truth. Every powerhouse who could cultivate to the rank of martial emperor had long seen through life and death, and they were all ruthless. We'll do whatever Lord Yunxiao says. Du Linling gritted his teeth. Other than the 2 from the Wei family, everyone else nodded their heads firmly. Lord Junwei, Yunxiao said, try to contact the other team now and see if you can contact them. Shui Junwei's eyes lit up, and a hint of joy flashed across his face. He hurriedly took out an array disc and began to form seals on it. From time to time, formation patterns would appear on the formation plate, as if they were exchanging information. Each sect had its own secret contact method, which was usually difficult for outsiders to understand. However, the expression on Marshal Junwei's face allowed everyone to guess the situation. Marshal Junwei's embarrassed expression gradually turned into joy. He laughed wildly and said, "Haha, I've made contact. They're nearby." Everyone's expression changed slightly, some happy and some worried. The ones who were worried were naturally the 2 Wei family members. They looked at each other and revealed deep worry and fear. That's good, Yunxiao said. We'll be more confident when they come. Everyone immediately began to adjust their breathing in order to cope with the changes in the future. Marshal Junwei placed the array disc in front of him, and a screen was projected. 7 green lights were flying over. Wei Dongyang's expression was unusually ugly as he said, Brother Junwei, we'll have to rely on your Shui family next. I hope everyone can forget about the past and join forces to fight the enemy. Marshal Junwei sneered and mocked. Sir Dongyang, I don't quite understand what you're saying. What past grudge? Do we have any past grudges? Wei Dongyang forced out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. Hee, no, of course not. His heart continued to sink, and even Du Linling's eyes were filled with mockery. Wei Dongyang's face darkened as he began to plan. A cold light flashed in Marshal Junwei's eyes. He closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing, waiting for strong reinforcements. Not good. Suddenly, Yunxiao said in a deep voice, Something's wrong. Everyone was shocked and immediately became alert. At this moment, everyone was like birds startled by the mere twang of a bow. Yunxiao pointed at the image on the disc array and said, They've encountered a situation. Only 5 of them are left. What? The people of the Shui family widened their eyes. Sure enough, the 7 figures had stopped flying and flickered in their original positions. In an instant, another light was extinguished. Marshal Junwei's heart jumped. At this moment, the remaining 4 rays of light seemed to have started to escape. 2 of them flew forward, and the other 2 flew in 2 different directions. What left everyone dumbfounded was that after the 4 lights flew for some distance, they began to extinguish one by one. In the end, the array board became dim. The formation plate is broken, right? One of the Shui family's people was stunned. Marshal Junwei was also a little suspicious. He cast a few spells into it, and it glowed with a gentle light that gradually disappeared. His face turned completely stiff and yellow. He gritted his teeth and said, "The formation plate isn't broken. Something really did happen to the 7 of them." "It only took a few moves to kill everyone," Du Linling said in shock. "Could there be other dangers at the bottom of the lake other than this tomb?" Everyone's expression was unusually ugly. It was difficult for them to experience any other unexpected events in their current condition. If he was able to kill the 7 martial supreme powerhouses at their peak condition, it would be enough to kill them easily. "Come up from the disc array," Yunxiao said seriously. "The place where they met with an accident is not far from here. If there is any danger, I'm afraid it is already coming." Suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation in the water. Everyone raised their heads in shock and saw a black shadow coming from the sky. Yunxiao's heart trembled as he looked over. The aura coming from the black shadow was extremely familiar. It was actually pure devil essence. He was shocked, and his vigilance was immediately raised to the highest. The black shadow circled in the air a few times before finally landing in front of the tomb and revealing itself. A thin figure in a gray robe stood in front of the tomb with his back facing the crowd, motionless, as if he was watching. He said in a soft voice, "Floating clouds in the morning dew, lightning sparks." Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They all recognized the gray robe, which was the iconic robe of the Alchemist Association. "My lord, are you from the Sea of Soul Formation?" Du Linling couldn't help but ask. The long-robed man then turned around and said, "Who are you people?" Yunxiao's face flickered as the long-robed man's face appeared clearly before his eyes. It was Gu Shangfeng. Du Linling heaved a sigh of relief. The man in front of him looked like a normal human being who could communicate with words and not some demon or ghost. He said hurriedly, "I'm Du Linling, the head of the Du family in Earth Dragon City. May I know your name, sir?" Yu Shangfeng ignored him. Instead, he turned his eyes and also saw Yunxiao. With a strange look on his face, he said, "It's you." Cold sweat trickled down Yunxiao's forehead. Yu Shangfeng was still in Hung Yuan's body at the moment, and what he revealed was still only the strength of a martial grandmaster. But it gave him a sense of shock. Back in the dragon transformation pool, he had obtained Di Jun's broken body. From the demonic aura that had seeped out of the black shadow, it seemed that Di Jun's broken body had been refined by him. This man was a 1,000-year-old monster, the master of Hai Lu Congzi, a soul formation cultivator. Yunxiao was wary, so he gritted his teeth and said, "That's me. I didn't expect Master Hu to appear here. It seems that Yu Ishian's tomb is real." Everyone was taken aback. They did not expect Yunxiao to know him. They fell into deep thought, but they did not seem to have any impression of any big shot with the surname Nie. Yu Shangfeng's eyes narrowed. "You're actually still alive. You're really lucky. It seems like we're fated. It's all thanks to you that I was able to escape." Yu Shangfeng's soul had been trapped in the pink crystal dust, and if Yunxiao had not struck Hung Yuan into it, he would not have been able to get out. "Are you saying this to repay me, Lord Chu?" Yunxiao asked coldly. Yu Shangfeng raised his brows and said, "I can't say that I'm repaying you, but since you know my identity, we can be considered to be fated. I'll take you in as my subordinate. What do you think?" "Oh," Yunxiao asked, "I wonder what benefits and obligations there are to be a subordinate of the referee." "Hee." Yu Shangfeng revealed a rare smile and said, "You're indeed a person who doesn't want to suffer losses. You won't lack any cultivation resources if you follow me. It's very important for your martial arts cultivation." He suddenly stopped talking and his pupils shrank. His triumphant face was immediately filled with shock. He took a deep breath and exclaimed, You're already a martial supreme. Yu Shengfeng was completely dumbfounded. He had never heard of such a terrifying cultivation speed in the past 1,000 years, not even in history. Besides, he could naturally see Yunxiao's true age with his eyes. After the days, Yu Shengfeng's expression started to become gloomy and uncertain. No one knew what he was thinking. He used to be a man who stood at the peak of the continent, and he knew more things than ordinary people. His understanding of the heavenly Tao was no less than Yunxiao's. Such a monstrous figure, and all of his important experiences were related to this person. This was no longer a simple coincidence, but destiny. Yu Shengfeng's expression was like a rolling dark cloud, changing unpredictably. The atmosphere in the surroundings fluctuated with his emotions. Marshal Wei and the other two were greatly shocked, and they were extremely wary of this man with the surname Yu. "It seems that Lord Yi's conditions can't move me," Yunxiao said with a faint smile. Yu Shengfeng's face sank as he said, "Do you know that if you refuse my conditions like this, you will most likely be accompanied by Yixian in eternal sleep here today? Are you really so confident in killing me, Lord Qi?" Yunxiao laughed. Yu Shengfeng's heart was quite heavy. If the other party really had heaven's will, he might not be able to kill him. However, heaven's will was too vague, and he didn't completely believe it. He immediately sneered, "You're just a one-star Marshal Supreme. Is there any difference between killing you and taking something from my pocket?" The atmosphere immediately turned cold. Following the change in Yu Shengfeng's mood, the people of the three families all felt cold and involuntarily took a few steps back. Yunxiao's expression turned serious as well. He formed an incantation gesture with his right hand and placed it in front of him, so that he could seize the initiative once he made a move. Yu Shengfeng stared at him for a while, then said, "Compared to killing you, I've come here today for a more important matter, so you can keep your life for now. However, I hope that you can consider it more. Following me won't be a disgrace to you." He retracted his aura and turned around to walk back to the tomb, no longer paying attention to the others. Marshal Junwei's expression changed several times. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "May I ask if you met 7 experts on your way here?" Yu Shengfeng stopped and said indifferently, "I encountered 7 martial artists, but I can't be considered strong." Marshal Junwei's anger surged out as he said word by word, "How are the 7 of them now?" "Kill him," said Yu Shengfeng. "Why did you kill him?" Shui Junwei's eyes were spitting fire. Yu Shengfeng glanced at him and said indifferently, "Those who disrespected me and spoke rudely to me were naturally killed. What, you want to avenge them?" Marshal Junwei's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The qi in his body was in disorder. He was trying his best to suppress his emotions. He said, "Since they offended you, they deserve to die. Unfortunately, I'm too weak to avenge them." Yu Shengfeng revealed a lazy expression. "Since you don't have enough strength, what's the point of talking nonsense? To me, you're no threat at all. I can't even be bothered to kill you." The marshal's prestige was so high that smoke was rising from his head, but he could only forcefully endure it. This world was very realistic. One's emotions must not exceed one's own strength, or else it would be a disaster. "My lord, I'm the head of the Wei family in the underground Dragon City. I'm willing to submit to you and become your subordinate," Wei Dongyang suddenly said. The other member of the Wei family was shocked, but he quickly understood that they were the only 2 people left in the Wei family. If they didn't find someone to rely on, it would be difficult for them to return alive. Yu Shengfeng glanced at him and said, "A peak 6 stars martial sovereign? So. Since you're determined to surrender, I can't disappoint you. I'll just accept you. From now on, you're my low-level subordinate." Low-level subordinate? What? Wei Dongyang was dumbfounded. He said awkwardly, "My lord, I'm one of the 3 overlords of the eastern region's main city, the Earth Dragon City. I'm a peak 6-star martial emperor and only 1 step away from becoming a high-level martial emperor." "I know. I've also heard of the Wei family of Earth Dragon City." "Who's Wei Yantao to you?" asked Tong Shengfeng. Wei Dongyang was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed drastically. He said in horror, Wei Yantao." A huge wave was set off in his heart. Wei Yantao was the head of the Wei family several generations ago, and he was also the strongest head of the family in several generations. He had reached the level of an 8-star martial emperor. He swallowed with difficulty and said, Wei Yantao is my ancestor. He's the clan head 5 generations before me. Could it be that my lord knows my clan's ancestor? Yu Shengfeng nodded. Back then, he was my middle-grade subordinate. Everyone was shocked. Chu Shengfeng's face was calm, and he didn't look like he was lying at all. Putting aside how could an 8-stars martial emperor become someone else's medium-level subordinate, Wei Yantao was a figure from hundreds of years ago. Could it be that this man had lived for hundreds of years? Wei Dongyang felt as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat, completely at a loss for words. If you follow me, it'll be easy for you to advance to a high-level martial supreme, Yu Shengfeng said. Come with me. He turned around and walked towards the tomb. Wei Dongyang didn't know why, but a sense of joy welled up in his heart. He trusted Lin Shengfeng's words so inexplicably, as if he was a 7-stars martial sovereign right in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them entered the tomb. At this moment, the interior of the tomb seemed to ripple like the surface of water. The situation inside started to become blurry and unclear. Yunxiao's face flickered, and he took a step forward and followed her into the tomb. The people of the Shui family and Du family looked at each other and stood there, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. As soon as Yunxiao stepped into the tomb, he immediately felt a strange force surge into his body, straight into his spiritual altar and spiritual ocean. He jumped in fright and hurriedly circulated the Great Expansion divine technique to resist the external force. Cold sweat trickled down his body. What made him even more frightened was that even if the Great Expansion divine technique was activated, his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness were also being nibbled away step by step. He was shocked and immediately used the soul battle technique. His body began to demonize, and a majestic soul power emerged. He made a hand seal with one hand, and the Maha-ancient character of the Great Expansion divine technique appeared in his hand. He slapped it in all directions, shaking away the strange power. A 9th-tier alchemist, Maha-ancient scriptures. Yu Shengfeng's surprised voice was heard. He, Wei Dongyang, and the other 2 were standing quietly not far away. The 3 of them were shrouded in black qi at the same time, as if they were not affected by this strange force. Yu Shengfeng was looking at him in shock, his expression extremely complicated as he said, You are indeed a person blessed by the heavens. You have reached grade 9 in both martial arts and sorcery, and you also have a part of the Maha-ancient scripture. What? Yunxiao asked in horror. Why aren't you affected by this force? The strange power that he had scattered with the Great Expansion divine technique came back again. In front of Yu Shengfeng and the other 2 were the fallen evil martial arts practitioners who had escaped in earlier. There were less than 10 people left, groveling at the feet of Yu Yixian. Yu Shengfeng said, After entering this tomb, even if your divine sense is monstrous and you can resist for a while, you will still be devoured and become a slave. If you can submit to me now, I can grant you glory. Yunxiao's face turned pale. He had never been so horrified before. He would not be afraid even if he died, but if he were to become a slave to those people prostrating on the ground, that would be even more intolerable than death. One by one, the Maha-ancient characters flew out of his hand and formed a divine art in front of him. He struck out one by one and forced the strange force back. Although it was very effective, each attack consumed a great deal of his energy, and he could not hold on for long. Yu Shengfeng's eyes suddenly focused as he stared at the Great Expansion divine technique. His face was filled with shock as he said in shock, You actually grasped a complete Shin methodology? That's right, Yunxiao said coldly. I have the complete divine incantation in my hand. Why? Are you tempted? If I had been controlled by that strange force, you wouldn't have been able to obtain this Shin methodology. Yu Shengfeng was greatly moved at this moment and said in shock, If I'm not wrong, it's actually a divine art for cultivating soul techniques. Heavens! How could there be such a heaven-defying object under such a sky? If I saved you, would you really be willing to pass this Shin methodology to me? He asked coldly. At this moment, His heart was pounding, and his entire face was red with excitement. He even forgot the purpose of coming here. Did I say that? Xianxia said coldly. However, if I lose my consciousness, this Shin methodology will be lost to the world. Saving me is the same as saving it. That's all. If I can't get it, what does it have to do with me whether it's lost or not? Yu Shengfeng said angrily. As long as I'm alive, Xianxia sneered. You'll have a chance to get it. If I die, you won't stand a chance. Yu Shengfeng was furious, but in the blink of an eye, he revealed a strange expression and said, All right, I'll save you. He raised his hand and condensed a ball of devil essence power. The only way to resist the power of this place is to use demonic chi. Release your defense and let my power enter your body. Then you can expel the power of this place. The ball of demonic power rolled in his hand and flew directly toward Xianxia, about to rush into his body. Xianxia was taken aback, but he quickly thrust out his palm. A gust of wind and a cloud rose, and with a boom, the ball of demonic energy was shaken and scattered. His face was cold. Yu Shengfeng's expression changed greatly as he coldly said, What? Are you afraid that I'll use this magic to control you? After all, Xianxia had also seen the demon slaves and demon servants in the Dragonized pool. This little bit of demonic power is not enough to control me, Xianxia said indifferently. It turns out that only demonic energy is needed to resist this strange force. You should have said so earlier. He changed his hand gesture, and the golden Maha ancient text in the air disappeared one by one. Then, the hand gesture changed again, and a wave of demonic power gushed out of his body. Black demonic patterns appeared on his body, and his entire person began to demonize on the basis of demonic transformation. Ever since the great mysterious Qi had assimilated all of his powers, he could freely transform his elemental energy into devil elemental energy and even spirit energy. However, the amount of spirit energy he had assimilated back then was too little. When he had advanced to the martial supreme realm, he had tried to simulate it with the law of heaven and earth phenomenon, but he could only refine it back to the original small ball. After Xianxia was completely demonized, the strange force around him was repelled like the two poles of a magnet, and as expected, it could not get close to him. What? Yu Shengfeng didn't feel good. Huge waves surged in his heart. He felt that he had lived for thousands of years, but he had never been as shocked as he was today. How can you control the devil essence without being demonized? He cried out in a daze. The corners of Xianxia's mouth turned up as he sneered. If you can, why can't I? Yu Shengfeng couldn't stay calm anymore. His face was ice cold, and his heart was in an extreme struggle. The person in front of him had reached grade 9 in both martial arts and technique, mastered the complete soul-refining divine art, and could easily control demonic essence. If he was allowed to continue developing, who in the world could be his match in the future? Even he felt a great threat, and his eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. Are you willing to be my disciple? He asked slowly. Not interested, Xianxia said with a smile. I'm not interested. Since you know who I am, said Yu Shengfeng, you should know that Lu Zongzi, the chief of the Sea of Soul Formation, is my disciple. If you are willing to be my disciple, the Sea of Soul Formation, and even the entire heavenly martial arts realm, will be yours in the future. As soon as he said that, the two Wei family members behind him felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their brains buzzed and they almost lost consciousness. This person was actually the master of the divine transformation realm expert, Hai Lu Zongzi. Wei Dongyang's entire body trembled. He had mixed feelings in his heart. He was surprised and happy. Now, he finally understood why his ancestor was a medium-level subordinate. With his strength, he felt extremely honored to be a low-level subordinate. Especially when he thought about what Yu Shengfeng had said before, that it would be easy for him to become a 7-stars martial emperor. It seemed like he was right. His eyes were filled with excitement and coldness. Once he attained 7-star, he would return to Earth Dragon City and Long Valley City immediately and exterminate the commander and the Du family. Now, Red Moon City was busy with its own affairs and had no time to care about the affairs of the eastern region. Even if Red Moon City asked, he did not have to be afraid. His boss was the master of Hai Lu Zongzi, a soul formation cultivator. Wei Dongyang suddenly felt that he was tall and mighty, and his back suddenly straightened. The other Wei family member was also shocked, and his face showed great joy. I heard that with Lord Yi's return, there are some undercurrents in the sea of soul formation, Yunxiao said coldly. It seems that your disciple doesn't give you face. Who did you hear that from? Yu Shengfeng's expression instantly changed as he coldly said, How can that traitorous disciple fight me? If you are willing, I can make you the next master of the Sea of Soul Formation. Even Yunxiao was taken aback by the condition. The masters of the two holy lands in the world were already above all living beings. Yunxiao's expression turned unusually serious. The fact that Yu Shengfeng dared to make such a boast proved that he must have a great power in the Sea of Soul Formation, and the world would probably be shaken. Wei Dongyang and the other man were also shocked beyond words, and they both looked extremely envious. That's right. Yunxiao calmed his mind and said, Fame and power are not what we seek. Yu Shengfeng's heart trembled and his killing intent was revealed. Such a monstrous person actually had such a firm Dao heart. In the future, the world would belong to this person. Since he couldn't control it, he could only kill. Yunxiao could also sense the surging killing intent from him. He made a hand seal and said, Master Hu, are you here to kill me? Yu Shengfeng's face flickered with extreme struggle. He suddenly turned around and said indifferently, You should consider it. Without saying a word, he walked towards Yu Yixian's throne. However, the killing intent on his face was Yu Shi, and the killing intent in his eyes was Yu Jin. Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At least Yu Shengfeng did not have any intention of making a move now. He could only take one step at a time. Even if he really did make a move, he might not be afraid of him. Wei Dongyang looked extremely stunned, not understanding why Yunxiao could refuse such a condition. He and the other two exchanged a look, then hurried to catch up with Lin Shengfeng. All of a sudden, the experts who were prostrating on the ground stood up one by one. They turned around and stared at the approaching Yu Shengfeng with evil eyes. They roared and attacked one after another. The strength they revealed was that they had already recovered. A cold smile appeared on Yu Shengfeng's face. He formed a seal in his hand and threw it in the air. The mark was completely black, and it was some kind of demonic technique. It was like a seal that covered the sky, and the lake water around the mark formed a whirlpool that sucked everyone in. Boom! Yu Shengfeng changed the seal in his hand and the seal exploded. The black light spread out like lightning and the bodies of the martial emperors were instantly pierced by the demonic qi. Their faces were filled with fear as they dropped to their knees with their mouths wide open. There's still more at night. Please vote. The gap has been widened by the third place. One by one, the cultivators knelt in front of them. Their bodies had been pierced by the demonic qi, and their wounds had begun to corrode. Circles of demonic patterns began to appear on their bodies, and the horror on their faces slowly disappeared. In the end, they all revealed strange smiles and stood up from the ground. Yunxiao looked at them coldly. He knew that these martial artists had been demonized and had become Chu Shengfeng's demonic slaves. Yu Shengfeng didn't even look at these demonic slaves. Instead, he directly walked forward and looked at the person sitting on the throne. He said indifferently, Lord Grandmaster, the trap you set up seems to have failed. Yunxiao's body trembled, and his face was filled with horror. Yu Yixian was actually Chu Shengfeng's Grandmaster? With this deduction, Yu Yixian was also a descendant of the demonic servant lineage. No wonder Yu Shengfeng knew of this place and came alone. I'll take over what Grandmaster failed to accomplish, Yu Shengfeng continued. He took a step forward and was about to grab Yu Yixian. Suddenly, the big sword in Yu Yixian's hand shone and a sword light shot out. Yu Shengfeng's expression didn't change. He grabbed down from the sky and destroyed the sword qi in his hand. He then struck out with his palm and directly hit Yu Yixian. Suddenly, a strange force came out from Yu Yixian's body. It seemed to repel the demonic energy and directly shook away Yu Shengfeng's palm power. Yu Shengfeng frowned and stared at Yu Yixian's body, as if he was thinking about something. Xiao, on the other hand, was greatly shocked. He was no stranger to the power that Yu Shengfeng had stirred with his palm just now. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity along the way. The power that overflowed from Yu Ishin's body just now was the power of the Agarine that gave him a headache. Could it be that Yu Ishin also had Agarine in his body? Yu Shengfeng said indifferently, "Grandmaster, you've been dead for many years. Why are you so stubborn? This treasure should be passed on to the younger generation." His figure began to move, and his hands kept forming seals. One by one, he hit Yu Ishin's body, and every hit was bounced off by the power of the Agarine. However, he still did not stop, and his speed became faster and faster. Xiao watched carefully. What Yu Shengfeng had displayed was an extremely exquisite refining technique, and his understanding of the Tao of alchemy was even higher than his, and his every move was in line with the heavenly Tao. The power of the Agarine in Yu Ishin's body also began to grow stronger and stronger. Like an activated volcano, it began to erupt. Clang, the broad giant sword, seemed to be affected by the power of the Agarine. It let out a long cry and its sword intent spread out. Yu Shengfeng's expression changed greatly as he quickly retreated. Shwa shwa! The sound of a sword light breaking through the air could be heard as a black crack swept over. A monstrous sword intent chased after Yu Shengfeng and slashed out. At the same time, the big sword in Yu Ishin's hand trembled violently. It gradually condensed into an 80-foot vajra. He put his hands together in front of him, roared, and his whole body struck out. Xiao's heart trembled. It was the sword that had directly taken form. Yu Shengfeng was also shocked. He stopped in the air and made a hand seal. A demonic light appeared in his hands and he shouted, "Magic light flash!" As if struck by a black lightning bolt. Endless demonic chi gushed out and turned into a sharp light that struck the sword chi. The two forces collided in the air, and the aftershock dispersed, shaking the entire tomb. Xiao's pupils constricted. He had seen Dijia use this move in Mount Meru. At this moment, Yu Shengfeng had probably completely absorbed Dijun's remains, and was not much different from a devil lord's avatar. After the sword chi was annihilated by the demonic light flash, the sword's manifestation also attacked. With a loud roar, it pushed forward with its hands clasped together. It was like an attack of sword chi, its power even greater than before. Yu Shengfeng's expression was serious, but he didn't panic. His hand seals changed quickly, and a huge demonic shadow appeared behind him. "True fiend Dharma idol!" Yu Shengfeng shouted as he placed his right hand in front of him and pointed a finger down. The demonic shadow behind him also raised its hand and pointed at the hands of the sword. Boom! The two forces collided with a loud bang, and a large area of space was shattered, spreading in all directions. The entire hall was overturned at this moment, and all the building materials were turned into ashes in the aftermath. With the point of collision as the center, an energy storm blew out. Not only was the hall instantly destroyed, but the entire bottom of the lake was also stirred up. More than half of the lake water was directly evaporated, and the remaining water turned into a dragon's roar that soared into the sky. The two Wei family members and the demonic slaves were the first to be affected. The Wei family member and a few demonic slaves were crushed on the spot. Wei Dongyang and the remaining demonic slaves were also thrown out by the impact. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Xiao was shocked as well. The energy vortex was like a mixture of an ocean of sword chi and a sea of devil essence, constantly washing his body and cracking it. However, at the same time, his body was also continuously absorbing these two types of energy to repair his damaged body. Although his injuries were constantly expanding, it was very slow. The people of the Shui family and the Du family were further away and were well prepared. Although they were also affected and attacked, they were only injured on top of their injuries. There were no casualties, but their faces were full of fear, not knowing what had happened. After the exchange of moves, not only did the water in the entire lake evaporate, but the environment also seemed to have changed. Everyone felt as if they were no longer at the bottom of the lake. A strange scene spread out, and everyone was actually in a square. There were strange buildings all around, as if they were the shells of insects placed on the ground. Although strange, they exuded a grand power that made people feel admiration and worship. After a moment of shock, Xianxia calmed down. He had deduced from all kinds of clues that an extremely powerful force once existed in this area, and what was now in front of him should be the ruins left by that force. However, judging from the buildings, they did not seem to be human. Lord Xianxia, what happened? What's going on? After a brief panic, Marshal Junwei immediately noticed Xianxia and hurried over to ask. Xianxia was in a sorry state at the moment. His body was covered in wounds, which looked shocking, but in fact, they were all superficial wounds and did not touch his internal organs. He raised his head and looked up. Yu Shengfeng had disappeared after the battle with the treasured sword. Not only that, but Yu Yixian's body had also disappeared. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly rang out in the sky. The intense light was shocking, and a figure fell from the sky at a rapid speed. He was directly smashed into the ground, causing the earth to crack. Xianxia was shocked. The man who had been knocked down was actually Gu Shengfeng. How is that possible? Don't tell me that the treasured sword's manifestation has the upper hand. Just as he was feeling extremely puzzled, Yu Shengfeng crawled up from the deep pit in the ground. He looked up at the sky with a calm expression and said, "Grandmaster, I came here in accordance with your instructions. Why are you not willing to pass this body to me?" In the strong light in the sky, a figure gradually appeared. He held a big sword in his hand, and the figure's face gradually became clear in front of everyone. It was Yu Yixian. Shock! It was not just Marshal Junwei and the others, but even Xianxia, who had been calm all this time, was startled, and he could no longer keep his calm. The figures of the demonic slaves in the distance immediately flew over and spread out around Chu Shengfeng, forming a defensive posture. Wei Dongyang, on the other hand, was nowhere to be seen. He had probably hidden himself long ago. Although Yu Yixian was in high spirits, his expression and gaze were a little dull. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "The power of devil essence. My junior has finally found it for me." Yu Shengfeng's expression changed, and his eyes became cold as he said, "Granduncle, what is going on? Please tell your successor." "Give me the demonic energy," Yu Yixian said. Yu Shengfeng's pupils shrank. He naturally saw that Yu Yixian was not normal and coldly said, "Lord Grandmaster, are you still alive or dead?" Yu Yixian's face suddenly turned ferocious and he roared, "Give me the mana!" After that, he raised the great sword with both hands and swooped down. The sky was cut in half, and the huge sword light fell from the sky like a meteorite. Yu Shengfeng's expression was cold. Although he was serious, he didn't panic. It was as if he could still control the situation. He formed a hand seal and stood there quietly. Suddenly, the space around him twisted and he disappeared. It was the teleportation technique. With the strength of his soul power, even the Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens could not suppress the space and prevent him from teleporting. On the other hand, the demonic slaves' faces turned abnormally ferocious. They roared and rushed towards Yu Yixian. Their bodies expanded one by one, wanting to self-destruct as an attack. These people were all mid-stage martial emperor powerhouses since they were able to survive from the previous fierce battle until now. Now that they had all self-destructed, the power of the explosion was terrifying. Bang! 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 There was a huge shock. Every martial artist's self-explosion would directly blow up a black hole. Yu Yixian's sword chi was directly annihilated by the power of this explosion, and his entire body was affected. Yu Shengfeng instantly appeared in the sky not far away and once again displayed his true fiend Dharma idol. The huge phantom spirit formed a seal in the air, forming a strange black symbol that suddenly fell towards the explosion. Although Xianxia and the others were standing in the distance, they also felt a great pressure, as if the sky was covering them. Boom, boom, boom. The huge black symbol fell and exploded at the place where the demonic slaves had exploded. A huge force shot out in all directions, and the surrounding magnificent buildings were destroyed in large numbers, turning into powder and no longer existing. Everyone was affected once again, and they all spat out a large mouthful of blood. Each and every one of them revealed a look of fear. If such a powerful force were to come a few more times, they would all be completely finished. Xianxia was the only one who remained calm, but he had a solemn look on his face, and the wrinkles on his forehead could not be undone. He seemed to be thinking about something. The dust in the sky dispersed, gradually revealing the damaged landscape of the square. Under the Devil's Seal, almost all the buildings were destroyed and turned into ruins. After the demonic slaves self-destructed, Wuxia was also smashed into the ground by the demonic seal, leaving a bottomless black pit that led to the ground. Yu Shengfeng stood quietly in the sky with his hands behind his back. His face was unusually calm, as if everything was under his control. Yunxiao's eyes flickered. He estimated that Yu Shengfeng's strength should be comparable to Lu Jianba, who was at the peak of 7 stars or even higher. The shock in his heart was indescribable. It should be known that Yu Shengfeng's current body was only that of a martial grandmaster, and he was relying purely on his soul and the power of his devil essence. If he could find a powerful body to possess, his strength would probably rise to 9 stars. From his mumbling earlier, it seemed like he wanted to possess Yu Xian's body. It was rumored that Yu Xian was also a body technique expert. Although his physical strength was not as well known as Ao Changkong's, he also cultivated an extraordinary cultivation method and seemed to have mastered the power of the Agarine. If Nie Shengfeng obtained it and refined it, his combat strength would definitely be comparable to a 9-star martial sovereign. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, a few loud sounds came from the ground. Then, the square with the black pit as the center completely cracked, turning into pieces. An extremely powerful attack rushed up from below and slashed towards Chu Shengfeng. Yu Xian also rushed out. He became one with his sword and waved his big sword up. He just slashed randomly. Lord Patriarch, it's useless. Yu Shengfeng's expression was indifferent. He sighed softly and said, I know you're already dead. It's just that the Agarine has developed a wisp of its own consciousness and is controlling your body. His figure slowly faded in the air and he teleported down directly, landing behind Yu Xian. A green light appeared in his hand and turned into a green net. He bent and stretched his 5 fingers, and the green net quickly spread open. Like a fallen leaf being blown by the wind, it flew towards Yu Xian. Yu Shengfeng's finger incantation kept changing and that net covered the sky and covered the earth. Covered the frenzied Yu Xian and then quickly closed up. Yu Xian's expression was ferocious. He waved his sword with all his might, trying to cut open the green net. However, the sword chi directly passed through the green net and slashed into the distance, unable to hurt it at all. The moment his body was touched by the green net, it was locked. Yunxiao's heart trembled when he saw this scene. The tendons of the illusionary crane Yen Luo. There really is such a thing in this world. Yu Shengfeng turned to give Yunxiao a look of approval and said, That's right. It's the tendon of the misty illusionary crane. It's completely green and transparent. Can see through all powers. It's the best thing to use to tie people up. He continued to perform hand seals, and the green net became tighter and tighter. No matter how much Yu Xian struggled, it was useless. In the end, he was so tightly bound that he couldn't even swing his sword. Even his physical strength was penetrated by the green net, and he couldn't hurt it. This illusionary crane was also a legendary demonic beast. Although it was not a true spirit, its tendons were even more valuable than true spirit secret treasures. This kind of thing could penetrate all power, even sword chi could not cut it. It was almost an invincible existence. The green net directly pierced into Yu Xian's flesh, but it could not break his skin, which showed how strong his physical body was. Yu Shengfeng's eyes revealed a look of excitement as he laughed. Lord Martial Ancestor, this Agarine is really naughty. Right now I'm very nervous. Will it like me? No matter how Yu Xian struggled, his 4 limbs were completely bound and he could only fly in and out of the air like a club. Yu Shengfeng then took out a formation plate and slapped it. A green light spread out in the air like a calm lake, splitting the sky into 2. 2 strange formation arrays appeared on the surface of the fan. Yu Xian, who was bound by the illusionary crane tendons, was pulled into the array by a huge force. He himself also walked into the array and began to form seals with a serious expression. Xianxia was shocked. Even he did not know these two strange arrays. But he had already speculated that Yu Shengfeng was going to seize Yu Yixian's body on the spot. Generally speaking, possession was extremely dangerous. It was not that the soul and the body that was seized might not be able to integrate together. Only when the compatibility was higher would the repulsion between the two be smaller. Yunxiao's face was gloomy. He did not know where Yu Shengfeng got his courage from. He was too arrogant to possess someone right in front of him. This made him hesitate, wondering if he should take the opportunity to kill Yu Shengfeng. After all, Yu Shengfeng's body was now filled with devil qi, and he was a peak 9th-tier alchemist, which made him even more powerful than an ordinary devil master's clone. The most important thing was that the other party knew that he had the great expansion divine technique and the power of demonic essence. Even if he didn't kill the other party would definitely not let him go. After making up his mind, Yunxiao's eyes flickered with killing intent. However, he also knew that this wasn't the best time. The moment Yu Shengfeng successfully took over the body was the best chance to kill him. Since you have such courage, I don't mind trying to see how you can block my killing move during the possession. Yunxiao's expression gradually calmed down as he began to watch the possession ceremony. The disc array was definitely refined by Gu Shengfeng when he was at his peak, so he could just use it now. Otherwise, he would not be able to do it with his current strength. The two strange formations started to operate, and Yu Shengfeng's body emitted a holy qi. His face was pious, and his hands were clasped together as he muttered to himself as if he was praying. Then, a large amount of demonic qi gushed out of his body and swirled around him. All kinds of symbols appeared and disappeared in the air. The two strange formations were like stones being thrown into the water, rippling and overlapping, slowly fusing together and finally forming a large formation. The cloud of black qi surged into Yu Yixian's body. Yu Yixian, who was struggling, suddenly stopped and his face began to twist. The original Hung Yuan's body slowly turned dull and lifeless. In the end, he lost all his spirit and turned into a shell. He fell directly on the flat surface but did not fall. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and his heart was filled with horror. He did not expect the whole process to be so simple, and it seemed that the Agarine spirit wisdom in Yu Yixian's body did not resist. He struggled in his heart for a while and finally made up his mind. Under the horrified gazes of the Shui and Du families, he took out 11 northern heaven-cold star swords, which instantly formed a huge sword shape and slashed in the air. The sword-shaped object pierced into the flat surface, and its speed became extremely slow. The flat surface rippled with ripples, which actually gave people a pleasant feeling. Yunxiao's heart sank. He knew that he was in trouble. The disc array also had a very strong defense. At least what he saw could slow down his attack. Yu Yixian's face revealed a trace of mockery and said, "You finally couldn't help but make a move." That voice was Chu Shengfeng. Yunxiao snorted coldly and shouted. Then, he changed the incantation gesture in his hand, and the sword instantly exploded in the air, sending out a storm of sword qi that crumpled the entire surface. Bang! 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 The mirror surface shattered bit by bit under the sword qi storm. Then, Yunxiao performed another incantation gesture, and the storm of sword qi instantly blew toward Yu Yixian. "I'm curious. Now that you're tied up by Yen Luo's illusionary crane tendons, how are you going to block my sword qi?" Yu Shengfeng didn't seem to care about his attack. Instead, his expression kept changing, as if he was accepting this body and something strange had happened. Only when the sword qi storm was right in front of him did he take a look and sneered. Although the misty illusionary crane tendon can see through all kinds of energy, it can't see through the power of corrosion. You also have demonic qi, so you should be very clear that demonic qi can corrode everything. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the smoke net illusionary crane tendon that was wrapped around Chu Shengfeng's body broke apart and turned into a faint green smoke in the air. Such a precious treasure was gone just like that. However, Yu Shengfeng didn't feel any heartache at all. That thing had already completed its mission to him. He gently made a hand seal with one hand and his entire body moved in a flash, disappearing from the spot. Yunxiao's storm of sword chi crushed everything in its path, and 11 swords appeared in an instant, flying back and stabbing into the ground. In the next moment, Yu Shengfeng appeared in the sky not far away. He looked at the swords and revealed a surprised expression. 11 ninth grade profound armaments? It seems that your level of demonic talent is above my expectations. It's really too terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that I could see your true age, I would have really thought that you were a body possessed by some old monster. Yun Xiao snorted coldly. Knowing that he had no chance to hurt Chu Shengfeng, he waved his hand and put away the 11 swords, then turned into a bolt of lightning and tried to escape. Humph, you only know to run now? Do you think I'll allow you to leave? Yu Shengfeng sneered mockingly. You're very smart. You knew to take the opportunity when I was trying to seize the body and escape before I could fully integrate with this body. But what you don't know is that in order to get this body, you've been preparing for thousands of years from my master. He teleported in the air and appeared in front of Yun Xiao in a flash, then threw a punch at him. The powerful force on the fist directly broke through the space, layer by layer, and swept across the sky like a sea wave. Yun Xiao's heart sank. The punch was definitely Yu Yixian's strength. If Yu Shengfeng had completely integrated with this body, he would have no chance of escaping. However, although this punch was powerful, it was only comparable to an advanced 7-star martial sovereign. It was either that Yu Shengfeng did not want to use his full strength, or he had not truly mastered it. Yun Xiao took a deep breath and turned into a thunderbolt again as he flew backward. At the same time, he took out the mirror of sunset clouds and unfolded it in the air. The light of the mirror shone on the entire area, and the fist radiance was instantly blocked, but it still hit the mirror. Part of the power passed through it and was refracted into countless tiny rays of light, which dodged the attack. A small part of the power fell on Yun Xiao's body, causing his blood and qi to roll and him to retreat in the air. Yu Shengfeng's face revealed a shocked expression. Great Sorrow Sunset Cloud Mirror? You actually have such a treasure in your hands. His face turned gloomy and he said coldly, I'd like to see how many more cards you have hidden since you have the heavenly fate. He formed a seal with his hands, and a true devil giant spirit appeared behind him. He pointed his finger down from the sky, and the dark clouds in the sky rolled down as if it was the end of the world. Yun Xiao's expression flickered. His guess should be right. Yu Shengfeng could not completely control Yu Yixian's body, or he would not need to use his true fiend Dharma idol. Just 1/10 of Yu Yixian's power could easily kill him. His eyes flashed, and MO matrices started to appear on his body. His hands quickly formed seals exactly the same as Chu Shengfeng. Boom, boom, boom. A loud noise came from the sky, and a dark shadow slowly emerged behind Yun Xiao. It was also a huge true devil, and as Yun Xiao threw a punch, the dark fist fell from the sky. True fiend Dharma idol. Yu Shengfeng's mind trembled and his face revealed a look of disbelief. The killing intent in his eyes was incomparably strong. If this child wasn't eliminated today, he would definitely be a great disaster. Boom! The two true fiend Dharma idols collided in the air with one finger and one fist. Yun Xiao's strength was obviously weaker, as the wind from his fist collapsed one by one, and the giant spirit behind him was also shaken and collapsed. A huge force was transmitted directly to Yun Xiao's palm, and a sharp pain spread out. The demonic patterns on his arm were untied inch by inch like bandages, as if they had been skinned. A sharp glint flashed in Yu Shengfeng's eyes as he took a step forward. The true devil giant spirit also stomped on the ground, sending rocks flying. The true demonic giant spirit raised a fist and chased after him. Wherever the giant spirit demonic fist passed, the aftershock spread out violently. The hearts of the people from the Shui and Du families trembled, and their faces were filled with horror. Their bodies were almost like lamps on the verge of dying, so how could they withstand such a torment? Under the rolling demonic qi, they were shaken until they spat out large mouthfuls of blood and flew out on the spot. What made them even more frightened was that a large amount of devil qi rushed into their bodies from their wounds and began to demonize them. Yunxiao's face darkened as he held the northern heaven-cold star sword in his hand and performed a sword incantation. Under his demonized body, the Emperor Qi of the ninth heaven gushed out and gathered around the sword, turning into the light of the day. Under the guidance of his sword spell, thousands of starlights gathered. Sword art morning light. The sword slashed out in the air like the first ray of morning sun breaking through the night sky. It dispelled the boundless darkness and brought warmth from the end of the sky. Yu Shengfeng's face flickered. The sword intent of the attack had caused a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth, and he seemed to see a ray of dawn rising behind Yunxiao. Swish! The fist radiance was penetrated by the sword qi. The first rays of the morning sun pierced through the darkness and shone down. Humph! Yu Shengfeng snorted coldly and held his sword in front of him, blocking the light and causing a series of bang-bang sounds. Yunxiao's sword intent did not decrease at all, and it was still rising. He stood there quietly with his hands behind his back, like a peerless sword that would be unsheathed at any moment, exuding a terrifying aura. Such sword intent, you've already reached the peak of martial arts, Hu Shang said coldly. You can't be this young. What kind of existence are you? Does this have anything to do with you? Yunxiao asked quietly. Everyone's path is different. Although I'm not your match, it won't be that easy for you to kill me. If I'm not mistaken, you've just obtained Yu Yixian's body. I'm afraid it's not as good as the previous Hung Yuan, right? A strange look flashed across Yu Shengfeng's face. Yunxiao looked calm and composed at the moment, like a grandmaster. The sword will just now and the demeanor of a sovereign were definitely not something that could be faked. It could only be achieved through 1,000 tempering processes. Humph! As expected, there's a name to it, Yu Shengfeng said coldly. What kind of existence you are indeed has nothing to do with me. However, you have the complete soul-refining divine art, as well as the power of devil essence and devil techniques. There are even some things that I can't see through. I can't tolerate all of this. But you can't control Yixian's body now, Yunxiao said indifferently. Are you sure you can keep me here? How would you know if you don't try? Yu Shengfeng snorted. After the brief conversation between the two, the atmosphere suddenly became cold and severe. Both of them were once experts who stood at the peak of the continent, and they both had secret techniques and secret arts. Yu Shengfeng's eyes grew colder and colder, because he did not know Yunxiao's background. But Yunxiao's eyes were indifferent and lazy, because he knew all about Yu Shengfeng. Yu Shengfeng was a little regretful, regretting that he had not taken down Yunxiao first when he came here. Now, as the other party had said, this body was not as good as Hung Yuan's, and Yunxiao had recovered most of his soul power after regulating his breath. With one side losing and the other gaining, the gap between their strengths had been pulled very close. Leave behind the soul-refining divine art and I can let you go today, said Yu Shengfeng. Impossible, Yunxiao said. I don't think so. Yu Shengfeng didn't say anything more. The giant sword in his hand disappeared in a flash as he flew up. His 5 fingers closed like a blade and chopped down. He couldn't control the giant sword at will, so it was better to have it without it. Yunxiao raised his hand, gathered the sword will around his fingertips, and then thrust it out. Bang! The saber radiance and the sword will were extremely powerful. The 2 figures were drowned in the power. The world shook, but the 2 of them did not move at all. Yu Shengfeng raised his head and coldly said, You've also cultivated a body-refining technique? Then all the more I can't tolerate you today. He gathered his fists in front of him and pushed them out without any fancy moves. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of runes rolled out from his arms, dyeing his fists with a dazzling golden light. Yunxiao's expression was solemn. He raised his hand, and thousands of clouds and wind gathered together. A gorgeous glow spread out in the sky, dyeing the area hundreds of meters around him into a dreamlike scene. I'll take the wind and cloud. The wind from his palm struck out in the air, and an extremely dense and bright light burst out. Bang! 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 With a series of explosions, the golden runes on Yu Shengfeng's fists were like fragile candlelight, flickering under the power of wind and cloud and extinguishing one after another. Yu Shengfeng's expression suddenly changed as he said in shock, "What a powerful fist intent palm technique." He suddenly pulled back his fists and held them upside down beside his body. Then he half-squatted in the air. Bang! After breaking the fist force, Yunxiao's palm hit him directly in the chest. An extremely strong force pressed a dent in his chest, and the power of wind and cloud exploded, filling the air with thousands of rays of light. However, after the palm pushed forward, it seemed to have hit an iron wall, and it was difficult to advance any further. A trace of coldness appeared at the corner of Yu Shengfeng's mouth as he said, "Break the mountain and the steel." The muscles on his body trembled, and a strange force shook out of his chest. Like a prehistoric beast, he let out a roar. A great pain came from Yunxiao's palm, and his entire arm glowed with a golden light as he activated his imperishable golden body to resist the heavy pressure. Bang! The two forces finally lost their balance, and Yunxiao was knocked away. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Yu Shengfeng's mouth, but he still stepped out in the air and chased after him, his hands forming seals. Desolate beast mark. Yunxiao's blood and qi were tumbling inside his body, and his arm was numb. As its name suggested, the seal turned into a huge beast head and swooped down, trying to swallow him. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with his left hand in front of him, and immediately, a three-headed and six-armed Dharma idol appeared, quickly forming seals. Yu Shengfeng's eyes turned cold. Since the other party was able to display the true devil giant spirit, then this three-headed six-armed Dharma wasn't strange. Floating like a dream, flying with a seal, the sea of suffering in the mortal world, transcend the other shore, boundless heaven and earth, six paths reincarnation. His six arms instantly formed three big seals, and thousands of runes gathered from all directions, giving rise to different martial intents. Under the seal technique, his whole body seemed to be surrounded by stars and clouds, and strange patterns disappeared in the air. Yunxiao's face glowed brightly under the light of the three seals, but his expression was still as calm as water as he pushed them out at the same time. Bang! 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 The world was like a giant seal that collapsed, and the sun and moon lost their light. The beast's head directly exploded under the light of the three seals, and a supreme aura swept across the world. Yu Shengfeng also spat out a mouthful of blood from the shock of the three seals. He was sent flying back several hundred meters before he could stabilize his body. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. After the attack, the light on Yunxiao's body dimmed. It was too much for him to use three seals at the same time, and all of them had triggered the laws of heaven and earth. Although the attack had forced Nie Shengfeng back, it had consumed too much of his energy and could not be continued. Do you still want to fight? Yunxiao said proudly in the air, his eyes full of fighting intent. As he returned to the rank of a martial sovereign, his peerless heart of a king had also returned. Once he made a move, he would not fear anyone. Not bad. After a brief moment of shock, Yu Shengfeng suddenly laughed. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "You're very strong. I like it. Let's fight for another 1,000 moves." He let out a roar and his hands formed a strange gesture in front of him. A faint roar came from him as he blasted out. His figure took extremely strange steps, and as he attacked, a fine golden light appeared under his feet. Yunxiao frowned. The attack came from the sky and brought him great pressure, but what made him frown was a sense of uneasiness. Yu Shengfeng couldn't control Yixian's body at this moment. He should have used his soul power and magic power to attack, but what he was doing now was neglecting the fundamentals and focusing on the trifles. He used Yixian's physical strength and cultivation to fight against himself, as if he was mocking him. Yunxiao's body trembled as he suddenly thought of a possibility, and that was that his opponent was using the battle to temper his body. Yunxiao sucked in a cold breath, and his eyes flickered as if he could see the smug smile on the corner of Yu Shengfeng's mouth. "Your sister. You actually used me as a sparring partner." Yunxiao roared angrily as a feeling of being fooled welled up in his heart. He opened the immemorial heavenly eye between his brows, and the little Vajra gourd flew out, transforming into an 80 feet tall Vajra and throwing out a Vajra fist. Tiny black vortexes spun under the fist wind of the gourd little King Kong, making an ear-piercing zzz sound. Bang bang! The power of Yu Shengfeng's move was extremely strong, far above the calabash little King Kong's Vajra fist. It directly drowned the little King Kong's fist wind, and the huge force light completely swallowed the little King Kong. Yu Shengfeng sneered. His figure also followed and rushed into the light. He threw another punch, wanting to destroy the puppet in front of him. In the process of fighting with Yunxiao, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his compatibility with the body was getting stronger and stronger. So, the more he fought, the happier he became and the braver he became. Bang! Yu Shengfeng's fist landed directly on the body of the gourd little King Kong, making a metal sound. A very painful feeling went into the brain, and the bones of his fist were almost cracked. What is this thing made of? Yu Shengfeng was shocked. He immediately understood that the puppet in front of him was made of top-grade 9th-tier materials. It was impossible to destroy it with his own body. The calabash little King Kong was forced back a few steps by the punch. With a look of anger on his face, he launched another punch. At that moment, the dark thunder was released by Yunxiao again. Stepping on golden lightning, it swooped down and spat out a bolt of lightning. Yunxiao knew that he would not stop until he completely repelled his opponent. So, he immediately transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms again, each holding a weapon. A gust of wind and fire power was also shot out, turning into a crocodile under his feet. However, the shape of the crocodile seemed to have changed. The original red dorsal fins and fire patterns on its body seemed to have faded a lot, with some white mixed in. Yunxiao frowned, but he was overjoyed in his heart. The Phoenix Divine Flame had indeed evolved by devouring part of the ice flame, but he could not sense its existence. However, the crocodile could summon the power of the Divine Flame. This might be the natural affinity of elemental power. This time, apart from summoning the Martial Emperor powerhouses from the Divine Realm tablet, he was basically in his best condition. Unless he was confident that he could kill the other party, he would never reveal the secret of the Divine Realm tablet, which was even more fatal than leaking the Divine Formula. Under the combined attack of the gourd little King Kong and the Dark Thunder, Yu Shengfeng teleported away, causing the 2 forces to miss. He looked at Yunxiao coldly, then his eyes fell on the crocodile as he said slowly, "These should be your strongest state and all your trump cards, right? Yes or no?" Yunxiao said coldly. "You'll only know after you try. You dare to play me like a monkey. You're really bold." Yu Shengfeng's sword-like brows raised in surprise. His tone revealed extreme disdain as he indifferently said, "I was discovered by you, but isn't it normal for me to play with you with my strength? I really liked the warm-up matches before, and I wanted to exchange 1,000 moves with you. But I'm very busy," Yunxiao said coldly. "I don't have time to play with you." "Oh!" Yu Shengfeng laughed and said, "You want to get serious? As a 9th-tier alchemist, you should know that without the power of Emperor Qi of a high-level martial sovereign, it's impossible to suppress my teleportation. I was destined to never lose this battle from the very beginning." "You're too confident," Yunxiao sneered. "I hope you can still laugh later." With a thought, the calabash little King Kong immediately moved forward. The Dark Thunder also spat out golden lightning from its mouth and struck down from the sky. Yu Shengfeng looked at the incoming fist with a mocking expression. Could it be that people with the will of the heavens are this stupid? Just as he was about to teleport away, he suddenly saw Yunxiao's lips curl up slightly, and his eyes turned into blood-red crescent moons, looking extremely strange. What? A spiritual attack? Yu Shengfeng was stunned for a moment. Although the other party also had 9th-rank soul power, he was still far from being comparable to him. He was about to mock the other party for showing off his skills in front of an expert and overestimating his own strength when he suddenly discovered that the space around him had been locked. It was like an iron wall that couldn't be broken. Not only that, but the entire sky had turned blood red. It was abnormally demonic. The sun that shone in the sky had turned into a huge eye that was looking at him coldly. An illusion. I fell for an illusion? Yu Shengfeng was shocked. The shock in his heart was indescribable, and he shouted, Junior, don't underestimate me. He made a hand seal, and an invisible mental wave spread out from his body. There was a faint mist on his skin. Bang! The strange phenomenon created by the moon pupil was instantly broken. But the gourd little King Kong's fist was already in front of him, and the golden lightning also poured down. Yu Shengfeng's hands formed a seal in front of him to meet the fist. 3 heads and 6 arms also appeared behind him. One of his arms formed a finger seal and raised high. A white flame condensed at the tip of his finger and shot out, swallowing the golden lightning. Pa! At the same time, the calabash little King Kong's fist wind had already fallen into his palms, shaking the entire sky. Yun Xiao gave the crocodile a kick, and it immediately turned into a wheel of wind and fire, rolling over in the air. The terrifying power of elements spread out, crushing the entire sky. Yu Shengfeng's expression changed greatly as he shouted, Brush strokes! He held a red brush in one of his arms and drew a few times in the air. With every stroke of the brush, a martial artist would appear. Immediately, thousands of soldiers and horses appeared and rushed toward the firestorm wheels with murderous intent. Yun Xiao's body trembled, and his face was filled with horror. He recognized the red brush as well. It was a legendary item refined by a peerless alchemist named Ma Liang, who could turn stone into gold and turn something rotten into something magical. This red brush was also called Ma Liang Divine Brush. Back then, Yu Shengfeng was in charge of the Sea of Soul formation and led all the alchemists in the world, so he definitely had more treasures than Yun Xiao did. For the first time, Yun Xiao felt that he had become a country bumpkin from a rich man. He gritted his teeth, raised the mirror of evening clouds, and shone it at the sky. The thousands of soldiers and horses slowed down under the mirror light. The wind and fire wheels rolled directly under the countless experts. Suddenly, screams were heard. The scene was like a real battlefield, but there was no blood. Instead, the dead martial artists instantly turned into red ink and dissipated in the air. Yu Shengfeng drew in the air again, and a giant door appeared in front of him, blocking the wind-fire wheel. Boom, boom, boom. The giant door was being shaken by the firestorm wheels, and it seemed like it couldn't withstand more than a few hits. Yu Shengfeng's expression changed. At this moment, he was still holding the gourd little King Kong with both hands. He continuously sent out a few seals on the little King Kong's body, then grabbed his arm and threw him out. A hand stretched out from the Dharma form behind him, dragging a green underworld wheel with a strange pattern carved on it. It was daunting, and Maha-ancient characters were constantly spreading from it. The dark will let out countless sharp howls, and a huge green will shadow flashed in the sky. Bang! The gourd little King Kong, who had been thrown out, was hit by the dark wheel. 9/10 of its neck had been cut in, and only a little bit was left hanging there. His whole head was hanging back. What? Both Yun Xiao and Yu Shengfeng screamed in shock at the same time. Their eyes filled with horror, as if they could not believe it. Yu Shengfeng finally realized that the strength of the opponent's profound-level weapon was not inferior to his. The power of the dark will seem to be able to cut through everything. Even a 9th-tier profound-level weapon could not block its attack. That gourd little King Kong couldn't even cut off its head. What shocked him even more was that the gourd little King Kong's neck was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Memory Origin Gold. There's also the Northern Heaven Frigid Star Iron and the Heavenly Shine Imperial Gold. There are actually 3 items in this puppet. The coldness in Yu Shengfeng's eyes was loud. He gritted his teeth and identified all the materials at once. However, he didn't recognize that the gourd little King Kong was half demon and half tool, and definitely not a puppet. Bang! The door that blocked the windfire wheel was finally blasted open. The windfire power turned into a whirlwind and swept over. At the same time, Yun Xiao's body glowed with cold light as he took out 11 Northern Heaven Cold Star swords again. The sword talismans flew into the air, turning the entire sky golden and cracking the sky and earth. Yu Shengfeng's expression was extremely gloomy as he said coldly, "To be able to force me to use 2 top profound level weapons, You are truly a terrifying opponent. It was originally a cat toying with a mouse, but unexpectedly, it began to fall into a bitter battle. The Shan Ming wheel in his hand suddenly moved. A green light flashed in the air and immediately shattered the sword talisman in the air. With a bang, thousands of sword lights burst out. Mal Yang's divine brush pointed in the air, and a silver river appeared, crossing the vast sky and flowing towards the firestorm wheels. Boom! When the firestorm wheels came into contact with the power of the silver river, they were immediately stopped and unable to move forward. They immediately transformed into their crocodile true form, becoming a monster with a crocodile head that was 8 zhang tall. They pushed the silver river with all their might with both hands and roared towards the sky. Yu Shengfeng snorted coldly, and then he raised his dark wheel again. A green light flashed, and Yunxiao's face was filled with horror as the danger of death emerged in his heart. The terrifying thing about the underworld wheel was not only that it could slash through anything, but the speed of its attack was even more terrifying. It seemed to have teleported. If one could not catch it in advance, it was impossible to receive it at the last minute. At this critical moment, the arm that was holding the Divine Realm tablet behind him blocked. The Divine Realm tablet instantly appeared in front of Yunxiao, and the power of the world transformed into something that could swallow everything. Bang! The power of the world that had just evolved from the steel was also cut open by the dark wheel's green light, and a huge force knocked Yunxiao back in the air, while his arm went completely numb. Yu Shengfeng's expression changed drastically. The underworld wheel, which had always killed the enemy in one move, had attacked twice today, but both times had failed. This gave him a preposterous feeling, as if this was not real. Yunxiao was even more shocked than Chu Shengfeng. Not only had the light disappeared from the Divine Realm tablet in his hand, but there was also a shallow mark on it. The Divine Realm tablet was actually injured. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he felt cold all over. If such a heaven-defying profound level weapon were to strike him again, how would he be able to withstand it? Yu Shengfeng also felt bitter in his heart. The power required to activate the dark wheel was too great, and it had already been activated 3 times. With his current physical condition, he might be able to forcibly activate it twice, but Yunxiao's profound level weapon was safe and sound under his slash. One must know that the Calabash Little King Kong, which was a mixture of Heavenly Shine K-metal and Northern Heaven Cold Star metal, was almost beheaded. This caused Yu Shengfeng to feel uneasy, and he didn't dare to rashly activate his underworld wheel. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the two of them were still wary of each other, the crocodile directly broke the silver river. The silver light that filled the sky disappeared, leaving only a little bit of red ink. The crocodile monster roared a few times and stared at Yu Shengfeng, but it didn't rashly charge forward. None of the 3 monsters surrounding Yu Shengfeng were normal. The Dark Thunder had advanced all the way to the 9th rank after several incredible mutations. There was no need to mention the Calabash King Kong and the crocodile monster. There was no second one like these 3 monsters in the entire heavenly martial realm. With a solemn look on his face, Yu Shengfeng sized up the 3 monsters and then turned his eyes to Yunxiao. In his eyes, Yunxiao was the biggest monster. Walala! Suddenly, the sound of chains clashing came from the air. Yu Shengfeng made a hand seal, and a faint black gas appeared around his body. A chain shuttled out from it, circling from bottom to top like a nebula. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. This chain was the fiend essence lock that he had used to lock Dijia in the Dragonized pool, and it was what he had been looking for. The devil essence chain twisted in the air like a long snake, and one end landed on Yu Shengfeng's palm. A cold expression flashed across his face, and he changed his hand seals. The chain instantly spread out, covering a radius of 100 meters. The keyhole nebula! Break! Shi Shengfeng shouted, and the entire sky was filled with clattering sounds. The chains that filled the sky split into 2, then 2 into 3, spreading out like a spider web. In the blink of an eye, it formed a strange array and locked Yunxiao inside. My demonic vitality lock can even lock the demonic vitality of a demonic lord, Chu Shengfeng said coldly. Without the support of demonic power, I'd like to see how you're going to use your Dharma true body. He changed his hand gesture, and the array formed by the chains immediately closed up, tying Yunxiao up like a big dumpling. There seemed to be some kind of power in the fiend lock. The fiend energy around Yunxiao receded like a tide, and the black fiend patterns all over his body disappeared one by one. His Dharma true body also returned to normal. Yunxiao's eyes filled with surprise as he stared at the fiend essence lock. In addition to being completely black, there were some white spots scattered in the middle. He did not know what material it was made of, but he could feel a cold and refreshing feeling coming from the part tied to his body. Yu Shengfeng's face was cold as he said, "I originally wanted to take you as my disciple, but I've given up on that plan. Hand over the deity tier spiritual art and I can let you die a quick death. You don't want me to use your soul to refine you, right? Even though you also have a 9th rank soul power, you should clearly understand the difference between you and me. I'd like to know how this fiend lock is made," Yunxiao said. "Why can it restrain fiend energy? Master Hu, can you please explain to me?" A fierce look shot out of Yu Shengfeng's eyes. The fact that Yunxiao could still look calm in such a state meant that he either had great self-control or had a trump card in his hand. "Humph, it's easy to know. Let me destroy your martial arts foundation first." Suddenly, a Rui scepter as smooth as water emerged from an arm behind him. It flew out of his hand and turned into a stream of light, shooting toward Yunxiao. Yunxiao's face flickered. At a glance, he could tell that the Rui was also a 9th-tier artifact, and usually such strange-shaped mystic artifacts were extremely extraordinary. He did not dare to be careless, so he suddenly shouted, "Since Master Shi is not willing to dispel my doubts, then this junior will have to figure it out on his own." Clang! Clang! His body glowed with a golden light, and rays of golden light burst out of his body. His 3 heads and 6 arms appeared again, and the 6 arms directly broke the devil essence lock that bound him. "What?" Yu Shengfeng was shocked. He didn't understand why the other party could still use 3 heads and 6 arms without the power of devil essence. The golden light on his body seemed to be a legendary supreme body refining technique. Yunxiao clenched the chain with both arms. The 1,000-year blade appeared in one arm, and he poured a ball of energy into it. In the other, he held the tear of the true dragon, which brushed over the blade and activated the corpse puppet's divine sense. A dazzling light rose into the sky and slashed at the Rui with a long whistle. His remaining 2 arms quickly formed hand seals and struck out talismans that were like stars circulating in the sky. The moon pupils in his eyes reappeared, and wherever he looked, the devil essence lock began to slowly move. Yu Shengfeng was shocked, and he immediately understood Yunxiao's idea. He wanted to take his fiend lock, so he cried out in anger, "Savage!" Boom! The giant corpse puppet in the sky rushed toward the Rui scepter, causing a huge shock. The saber radiance immediately disintegrated. The falling momentum of the Rui was blocked, but it was spinning rapidly in the air. A jade light spread out and began to grow bigger and bigger. Yunxiao was shocked. He did not know what kind of treasure the Rui was, but it had only begun to unseal under the most powerful strike of the 1,000 Autumn's tyrannical saber. A strong sense of danger emerged in his heart. At this moment, in the state of the inextinguishable golden body, the demonic dragon had also become one with him, but he was still a little exhausted. Most of his power was used to collect the devil essence lock, and the light in the moon eye became more and more strange. The shock in Yu Shengfeng's heart was no less than Yunxiao's. He was also looking at the Rui that was constantly being unsealed, and he said angrily, "Good boy, you really deserve to die." A ray of white light slowly appeared in his hand, and then it became dazzling. A ray of metallic light appeared, and another abnormal profound level weapon was about to be used. Yunxiao was horrified. The Rui scepter that was constantly unsealing in the sky still made him shudder. If another treasure of the same level appeared, he would be dead for sure. Gourd little King Kong. Punch with all your might. The aura of the gourd little King Kong, who had just repaired his neck, changed. It was as if a strange force had shaken off his arm. Yu Shengfeng's face was full of murderous intent. Suddenly, an extremely ominous feeling welled up in his heart, and he even felt a trace of fear. Pa pa! The calabash little King Kong clenched his fist, and rings of air exploded around him. The wind from his fist seemed to have a strange color. What's going on? Yu Shengfeng was shocked, and that ominous feeling became more and more intense. He stared at the gored little King Kong, somewhat bewildered. The calabash little King Kong finished accumulating power, took a step forward, and then threw a straight punch. A tiny ice flame appeared on the fist wind, like a dazzling white light in the dark night. This is a Pishio, the ice fiend heart flame. Yu Shengfeng's entire body jumped up as he cried out in fear. He seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. His face immediately twisted, and his body trembled violently from fear. The ice fiend heart flame is actually the ice fiend heart flame. It's impossible. Yu Shengfeng suddenly went crazy at this moment. He suddenly teleported away and appeared on the huge Rui in the next moment. He teleported away again with the Rui. The next moment, a ray of light appeared hundreds of meters away. It was Yu Shengfeng. He turned into a stream of light and fled. This by-in, Yun Xiao was suddenly stunned. He did not expect that Qi Shengfeng would run away without fighting, and a strange look appeared on his face. As soon as Yu Shengfeng and the Rui disappeared, all the pressure was lifted, and Yun Xiao breathed a heavy sigh of relief in his heart. He poured all his soul power into the lunar pupil, and the shape of the pupil began to change. Walala! The speed of the fiend lock's movement increased, and in just a few breaths, it was completely absorbed into Yun Xiao's glabella. Hu! He let out a heavy breath. The golden light disappeared completely, and he almost collapsed. Not only him, but even the demonic dragon was also in a state of near exhaustion. It began to fall into a deep sleep. Ice Fiend Heart Flame? This white icy flame is called the Ice Fiend Heart Flame? Yun Xiao looked at the calabash King Kong, who was still motionless in the air after the punch, and said to himself, "It seems that Qi Shengfeng knows a lot about the Ice Fiend Heart Flame. No wonder he was once the master of the Sea of Soul Formation. Although this thing is terrifying, there are too few of them. He only scared it away. I have to leave quickly. If he calms down and comes back, I'll really be dead." This flame was produced by Xiao Hong's body, which was the fusion of the two neon stones, and Yu Ixin's body had the existence of neon stones. It seemed that there was some connection between the two. What is the rainbow stone? Yun Xiao's heart was filled with great questions. This thing that he had never heard of seemed to contain great energy. Not only Gu Shengfeng, but Yu Ixin and the previous city lord of Red Moon City were also involved in this matter. I'm afraid the Sea of Soul Formation is going to fall into a great storm. It may affect the entire realm of heavenly martial arts. Yun Xiao looked in the direction in which Yu Shengfeng had fled. If that peak-level soul completely merged with Yu Ixin's body, no one in the world would be able to defeat him. Lord Cloud Sky, save me. Just as Yun Xiao was about to leave with Thunder Escape, Marshal Junwei's voice suddenly came from the distance. At the moment, his whole body was pitch black, and circles of demonized patterns appeared on his body and face. However, there was fear and struggle in his eyes. A trace of spiritual intelligence was struggling. Du Linling was the same, his eyes showing a pleading look. The rest of them had been completely demonized, and when they saw Yun Xiao coming over, their eyes shone with a fierce light. Yun Xiao sighed. These people who had been completely possessed by the devil could still maintain a certain level of consciousness on normal days, but as soon as they saw Yu Shengfeng, they would completely become his slaves. They had seen his battle with Yu Shengfeng just now, so he had also become their enemy. Boom! Boom! The two demonized people rushed up directly, and the wind from their fists broke through the air. They had actually recovered to their peak state, and their attacks were ruthless and deadly. At this moment, Yun Xiao was almost exhausted. Under his will, the calabash King Kong in the air instantly flew down and punched out with all his strength. The Ice Fiend Heart Flame suddenly exploded at the tip of his fist, and the wind from the punch scattered in all directions with flowers of flame. The whole space was frozen. Crack! The two demonized martial sovereigns who had rushed forward seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. They were pale blue in color, and their bodies began to disappear slowly. It looked like it was frozen, but it was actually burning. It was extremely strange. Both Marshal Junwei and Du Linling were shocked and terrified. The remaining few demonized martial emperors were not afraid at all. They roared and charged forward. The crocodile in the sky also roared and rolled down like a windmill, smashing a martial artist into pieces on the spot. Dark thunder also spat out lightning in the air. With the three monsters working together, they killed all the demonized martial artists in a few breaths. Shui Junwei and Du Linling turned their eyes to Yunxiao. They were both trembling with fear and pleading. "You won't blame me for killing them, will you?" Yunxiao asked. "No, no, of course not." The marshal shook his head like a rattledrum and said anxiously, "They've been possessed by the devil and can't be saved, but we still have our minds. Please save us, Your Excellency Li Yunxiao." "Don't worry," Yunxiao nodded. "I'll save you." He stepped forward and made a few hand seals in the air. Two forces poured into the two of them. To the shock of Marshal Junwei and Du Linling, the Emperor Aura Yunxiao had sent into their bodies was just ordinary Emperor Aura, but it could dissolve the demonic aura that had eroded their flesh and divine sense one by one and quickly disperse it. The two men still couldn't believe it. After checking their bodies carefully, they were overjoyed and thanked him profusely. "Your Excellency Dongyang," Yunxiao said indifferently, "you have been hiding underground for a long time. Now that your master has left, when will he come out?" Both Du Linling and Marshal Junwei's expressions changed. They looked at each other, and their eyes gleamed. The entire pile of trash was silent, without a single sound. The dark thunder roared and spat out a bolt of lightning. It hit the ground and cracked open the earth's crust. The golden lightning kept drilling in. Boom! Not far from where the lightning struck, the ground cracked open. Wei Dongyang turned into a beam of light and escaped into the distance without any hesitation. Yunxiao sneered as he took out the Great Sorrow Sunset Cloud Mirror and shone it into the sky. Wei Dongyang's body stopped for a moment, but in that instant, the three monsters caught up and surrounded him. Wei Dongyang's physical strength had not even recovered to 30%. He looked at the three monsters in horror and begged for mercy. "Lord Cloud Sky, please spare me. I'm willing to be your low-level subordinate." Yunxiao's face darkened as he said contemptuously, "I don't have a fetish like you Shengfeng. Kill him." He muttered two words and the three monsters immediately attacked. Without a doubt, Wei Dongyang killed them all. Both Marshal Junwei and Du Linling were frightened, both happy and afraid. At this moment, their lives were in Yunxiao's hands, so they were very respectful. Yunxiao glanced at the two and said indifferently, "Let's go," he said. Marshal Junwei was stunned for a moment and said, "Leave? Where are you going?" "Of course," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I'm going back. There was once a powerful existence here, but it has also disappeared in history. I'm afraid that only Chu Shengfeng knows why Yu Yixin chose this place to build a tomb. There are no treasures here. Why not go back?" The two of them fell silent. This time, the people from the two cities and four families had come out in full force, and almost all of them had been wiped out. This time, not only would the situation of the two cities change, but the Shui family and Du family would also become the dominant families. The Earth Dragon City and Long Valley City would also be at the bottom of the rankings. "Lord Junwei," Yunxiao said, "I would like to borrow the teleportation array of the Shui family to go to Red Moon City. May I?" The marshal jumped in shock and said, Of course, of course." He didn't dare to say no and quickly said, "No matter what Lord Yunxiao wants to do, as long as my commander's military prestige is still in Long Valley City, it's just a matter of a word. I, Du Linling, am also willing to listen to Lord Yunxiao's orders at any time." Du Linling also expressed his stance in a hurry. Not only was his life in Yunxiao's hands, but the strength Yunxiao had shown just now was too shocking to hear. The importance and opportunity of being able to build a good relationship with such a powerful man were self-evident. The three of them flew back as fast as they could. Du Linling went to Earth Dragon City alone, while Yunxiao and Marshal Junwei returned to Long Valley City. After this battle, the Shui family lost all of their elites. From then on, They crazily increased the investment of resources for the younger generation and wantonly recruited guest elders to consolidate their strength. The Du family also unified the Earth Dragon City and formed a strategic alliance with the Shui family. They worked together and stabilized the situation of the two cities. After returning to Long Valley City, Yunxiao and Shui Junwei did not forget to bid farewell to Ziling. This strengthened the commander's decision to make Ziling the next king. Although Ziling was a little sad, she was still very happy. She knew that the gap between the two was too big. It was just a chance encounter under a special environment. Perhaps after this farewell, they would never see each other again in this life. However, just this encounter had changed her life. She was already very content. After bidding farewell to Ziling, he stepped onto the teleportation array and headed directly to the Red Moon City. Now, he also basically knew the situation in Red Moon City. It was turbulent, and undercurrents were surging. The control and suppression of the entire eastern region had become extremely weak, and those powerful sects were beginning to stir. Right now, everyone's focus was on one thing, and that was the life and death of the Red Moon City Master, Jiang Churen. Although the rumors were flying around, saying that City Lord Jiang was already dead, before the news was confirmed, this suppressed volcano was still brewing. I heard that the sect master of the Four Extremes sect, Tang Qing, is going to be elected as the new city master of Red Moon City. Is this true? Is it true? The notice has been put up in the morning. I'm afraid that letters will be sent to the sects in the eastern region today. In a few days, letters will be sent to the Holy Region and the other 6 major forces. Bah! What city lord? He was the acting city lord. When City Lord Jiang returns, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Humph, City Lord Jiang? Humph. I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. What did you say? A warrior on the street was furious. He pointed at another warrior and shouted, "If you continue to speculate about City Lord Jiang's whereabouts maliciously, I will fight you." The other martial artist's expression changed slightly. After weighing the pros and cons, he snorted coldly and said, "It's fine if you don't want to say it. The whole world knows about it. What else is there to say?" The other warrior beside them shook his head and sighed. "Tsk. The affairs of the world are really like chess, and the affairs of the world are unpredictable. Such a big Red Moon City changing hands in the blink of an eye. It's too inconceivable." Yunxiao's face was extremely gloomy. He had heard these remarks along the way. Although Tang Qing's strength is comparable to a 9-stars martial emperor, there are many experts in the Red Moon City. I heard that the 3 elders, Red, Yellow, and Blue, have long been 9-stars martial emperors. How could they let outsiders take over? The few martial artists sized him up, and one of them said, "You just came from the other 3 regions, right?" That night it was cold and snowing. The entire Red Moon City and the Four Extremes sect were at a stalemate in the sky for an entire night. In the end, no blood was shed, and the Red Moon City compromised. As for the specific situation, I'm afraid no one knows about it except for the Red Moon City and the Four Extremes sect themselves. Compromise? Yunxiao frowned. Compromise? The shock in his heart was indescribable. Even without Jiang Churen, the Red Moon City was still a behemoth. It was not something that a second-rate sect like the Four Extremes sect could compare to. Why would they compromise for no reason? Moreover, before Jiang Churen went to the end of the world, she had told Ning Qiue to be in charge. With Ning Qiue's character, she would never compromise. "Then do you have any news about Ning Qiue?" he asked in a deep voice. The warrior's body trembled and he shook his head. "He's dead." "What?" Yunxiao roared in rage, and he almost lost his mind. Unable to suppress his aura, he exploded the air, and the huge impact sent the few warriors flying, some of them even coughing up blood. This time, the people on the street were extremely frightened. They thought that a fight was about to happen and hurriedly ran away in fear. Those peddlers shook their heads with a frown on their faces. If it was in the past, who would dare to cause trouble on the streets of Red Moon City? However, there had been frequent murders during this period of time, and no one seemed to care. They were afraid that they could no longer stay in Red Moon City. The few warriors were also terrified. Although they could not tell Yunxiao's cultivation base, they could tell that he was a martial emperor realm expert from the fact that he could hurt them with just his uncontrollable aura. One of them looked at Yunxiao's gloomy face and said in shock, my lord, please calm your anger. I've only heard about it, everyone's saying that. It's none of my business. Yunxiao gradually suppressed his anger, and his eyes turned slightly red as he said, tell me everything you know, or I'll burn your bones and scatter your ashes. The martial artists were all bitter in their hearts. This was something that the whole world knew, but they just had to say it and they were unlucky. The few of them looked at each other, and finally, their eyes fell on a seemingly clever cultivator, all of them indicating for him to speak. The martial artist swallowed a few times before saying, rumor. It's just a rumor. On the night the Four Extremes sect entered the Red Moon City, Ning Qiue led people to the Purple Cloud Peak to investigate the matter of old planet Tianhuang being sealed. She was intercepted by experts and died. Yunxiao's killing intent stirred up tiny vortexes that spread out in all directions, and the entire street was covered in frost. Ning Qiue's strength is one of the best in the entire continent. Who has the ability to kill her? The martial artists were so scared that they almost cried. They hurriedly said, Lord, it's none of our business. Please don't kill us. Our status is low, and we only know this much. Yunxiao's eyes were as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. Looking at the few people crying and begging for mercy, he wished he could kill them all. However, he also knew that these people had limited knowledge, and no matter how much he asked, he would not be able to find out anything. With a flash, he disappeared from the street and turned into a stream of light, heading toward the Purple Cloud Peak. During this period of time, there was an undercurrent in Red Moon City. There were more and more martial artists who flew in such a big movement, but it did not attract any attention. The Purple Cloud Peak was verdant and lush, and spiritual energy was still surging out. It was not affected by the personnel of the Red Moon City, and it still stood on the ground as usual. Yunxiao landed directly on the top of the mountain, where there was a huge vacuum. All the grass, trees, and gravel had been destroyed. Clearly, a fierce battle had taken place. The battlefield had already been cleaned up by the people of the Red Moon City. There was not a single corpse left, only the bare peak and some shocking traces. The entire mountain peak was almost split in half, and a deep crack so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Yunxiao spread out his divine sense, but he did not leave any clues behind. However, his heart was extremely heavy. The terrain here showed that some extremely powerful experts had indeed fought not long ago. He took out the jade card that Ning Qiue had given him and held it in his hand. He wanted to crush it several times, but he resisted the urge. He once again turned into a bolt of lightning and headed towards the Red Moon City. Under the Peach Blossom Cove, there seemed to be a faint light in the pavilion. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately flew down. Who is it? A man's voice full of hostility came. Yunxiao was greatly disappointed. He recognized the voice, which belonged to Ning Hangfeng. Where's your sister? Yunxiao asked directly. Ning Hongfeng's figure appeared, looking very defeated. He was stunned for a moment when he saw Yunxiao, as if he was quite surprised. But then he said with a smile, What are you looking for my sister for? Your sister is dead? Yunxiao asked. Is she dead? Ning Hongfeng's face froze, then became extremely ferocious. He roared, Shut up! Your sister is the one who's dead. An extremely violent aura spread out of his body and headed straight for Yunxiao, slamming into his chest. Yunxiao did not dodge, but let the blast hit him and then disappear. So, Ning Qiue is just missing? Ning Hangfeng was shocked. His pupils shrank and he said in horror, You've actually become a martial supreme. The shock he felt was indescribable, causing him to lose control of his mind. Yunxiao was only a 6-stars martial supreme when he fought with Runxiang in Red Moon City. No one on the continent had ever heard of such a monstrous speed of progress. Ning Hangfeng came back to his senses after a short moment of daze, and his dejected expression returned. He said indifferently, Your talent is really incomparable. The city lord once said that you are the number one among the younger generation, and it was true. In time, I'm afraid that no one in this world will be your match. Don't talk nonsense with me, Xianxia said. I just want to ask you one thing. Is your sister dead or missing? Ning Hangfeng felt irritated, but he suppressed it and said coldly, What does it have to do with you? A killing intent flickered in Yunxiao's eyes as he said coldly, If you weren't his younger brother, I would have crippled you right now. Cripple me? Ha, ha ha. Ning Hangfeng laughed exaggeratedly and said, Come on, cripple me. Let me see how strong you are. The number one rising star. The two of them were extremely frustrated. The suppressed emotions in their blood were slowly burning, and killing intent gradually gathered in their eyes. The entire pavilion was in a daze under the pressure of these two auras, as if it would collapse at any time. Bang! Yunxiao did not hold back at all. He stomped on the ground, shattering the floor under his feet in an instant, and then threw a punch at the man. Pa! Ning Hongfeng's pupils constricted. He grabbed Yunxiao's arms with both hands and put them on Yunxiao's arms at an extremely fast and accurate speed. Then, he turned his body and was about to throw Yunxiao away. The two of them were purely using their physical strength and did not use any origin power. What? Ning Hongfeng's heart trembled. When he grabbed Yunxiao's arm, he felt like he was holding a mountain. No matter how much strength he had, he could not move it at all. In the moment of shock, Yunxiao's fist force broke through his defense and smashed into his face. Bang! Ning Hongfeng's entire body was sent flying, crashing into countless buildings and almost falling into the river. His face immediately swelled up. Ha! Ha ha! Well played. Ning Hangfeng covered his face and laughed wildly. You hit people but not their faces. You're really ruthless. You're shameless, Yunxiao said indifferently. What's the use of keeping it? Ning Hangfeng fell silent and said, My sister is missing. I've been to the scene, Yunxiao said. There are only a few people in the world who can kill her, and among them there are only a few who have the motive to kill her. Do you have any plans? Ning Hongfeng's body trembled, and his face turned mournful. He smiled sadly and said, I only know that this matter is related to Tang Qing. There are countless masters in the world, and any one of them may involve the interests of killing my sister. How can I make a judgment? Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he said coldly, This is also the second question I want to know. How did Tang Qing manage to take over the Red Moon City and become the acting city lord? Who is the person behind him? Ning Hongfeng's body trembled, his face full of grief and despair, suddenly turning pale. He gritted his teeth and said, I can't comment on this. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. I'm not interested in this matter. But the person who supports Tang Qing must be the murderer of your sister. Don't you want to find out the whereabouts of your sister? Haha. The person who supports Tang Qing is the one who harmed my sister? Ning Hangfeng suddenly laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. But he laughed in pain. The people who supported Tang Qing to take down the Red Moon City were the previous city lord, Ning Qiue, and his father. It seems that you've been provoked enough, Yunxiao said coldly. Since you refuse to tell me, I'll find out the truth myself. He turned around and left like a bolt of lightning. This matter not only concerned Ning Qiue, but also the Red Moon City. Since Jiang Charan had died to save him, he could not just sit by and watch the Red Moon City fall into trouble. However, with a power that the entire Red Moon City could not resist, he also knew that it was difficult to resist. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on his heart, causing him to be unable to breathe. He strolled alone on the streets of the Crimson Moon City. The moon in the sky had already returned to its original white color, and its cold light shone down. All of a sudden, his expression changed slightly. He turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Back then, in order to exchange for an explosive yuan pill, he had pledged Frostblade, and they had agreed to let the old man crush the jade pendant to call him after he had gathered all the materials. Just now, it was the old man's jade pendant that had sent him a message, and he had immediately sensed the coordinates of a direction. He's not in the Red Moon City? Yunxiao frowned and said to himself, That direction and distance should still be within the eastern domain. Let's go to the city lord's mansion and find out what's going on before we go retrieve the ice sword. After he made up his mind, he was about to head towards the residence of the castellan when a chubby figure appeared in front of him. It was Zhu Jingyi. Young Master Yun, is it really you? Zhu Jingyi's face was full of surprise. He quickly pulled him aside and said, "The last time I saw you leaving the city with serious injuries, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to live." Yun Xiao frowned and immediately understood. Compared to the fact that he was seen leaving the city when he was unconscious, he said, "How much do you know about what happened in the Red Moon City?" Zhu Jingyi's expression changed slightly. Then, he smiled and poked his shoulder. "I knew that you were definitely not a heartless person and would definitely return. That's why I had my brothers keep an eye on your whereabouts. As soon as I heard the report, I immediately looked for you. Do you know that the Red Moon City is also looking for you?" Yun Xiao's heart skipped a beat. "You're looking for me in the Red Moon City?" he asked. "What do you mean by the Red Moon City?" Zhu Jingyi forced a smile and said, "Now, Tang Qing basically has the final say in Red Moon City. Of course, the Tang family of the Four Extreme sect is looking for you. It's very dangerous for you to appear so suddenly. Hurry up and come with me." "Where are you going?" Yun Xiao asked. "It's with the two young ladies, Ruobing and Ruomei," Zhu Jingyi replied. Yun Xiao followed Zhu Jingyi through a few streets and came to a building with civilian houses. He walked straight into an unremarkable courtyard. This small courtyard was the gathering place of the Ice Cube organization, but it seemed to have been deserted. "Miss Ruomei, look who I've brought," Zhu Jingyi shouted as he ran in. Yun Xiao followed her into the room and saw a group of women gathered together, as if they were discussing something. "Li Yun Xiao!" A few exclamations rang out. Yun Xiao's heart sank as he looked over, and he felt an extreme pressure on his chest. In addition to the Jiang sisters, Ruan Hongyu was also there. They were all the Jiang family's family members, mostly women and a few men. Ruan Hongyu had lost a lot of weight. She looked up and said, "It's you. Young Master Yun, you're still alive." Jiang Ruobing squeezed out a rare smile and stepped forward. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see us? Why do you look so gloomy?" A graceful and charming woman behind him opened her red lips and said, "Sister, Big Brother Yun Xiao must be busy. Don't make a fuss." The woman with an extremely charming figure was actually Jiang Ruomei. After the curse was cast, she lost weight like crazy and finally lost weight. She had become the most beautiful woman in the crowd. "The Four Extremes sect seems to want to capture you," Ruan Hongyu said. "Why are you going back to the Red Moon City?" "Mistress, young Master Yun is a man of honor. He must have known that we were in trouble, so he came back to save us," Zhu Jingyi quickly said. "Oh." Ruan Hongyu looked at him indifferently and said, "If that's the case, then I'll have to thank you. Although your strength is very strong among the younger generation, it's still not enough to look at in the entire Red Moon City. You should leave on your own." Yun Xiao swallowed with difficulty, his face turning paler and paler. How could he tell the women in front of him that Zhang Charan had died to save him? "Big Brother Yun Xiao, quickly come in and take a seat. No matter what your reason is, we are very grateful to you." Jiang Ruomei came forward as well. A fragrant aroma filled Yun Xiao's nose as the soft flesh wrapped around his arm. The two beautiful sisters pulled him into the house, one on each side. "I'm sorry," Yun Xiao said with difficulty, gritting his teeth. Ruan Hongyu frowned and said, "What do you mean, young Master Yun Xiao?" Yun Xiao slowly closed his eyes and said, "In the end of time, City Lord Jiang died to save me." "Ah!" Zhu Jingyi suddenly screamed and immediately covered his mouth with both hands. He stood at the side with his eyes wide open in shock. The entire hall instantly fell silent. It was extremely quiet. "What did you just say? Big Brother Yun Xiao, what are you talking about?" "My father is dead." Tears flowed out of Jiang Ruobing's big eyes, turning into a small river that could not be stopped. Although Ruan Hongyu had already told them about this possibility, everyone still held onto a glimmer of hope. After all, no one could confirm that Zhang Charan was really dead. Even the people from the Four Extremes sect were afraid. Jiang Ruomei's charming posture disappeared in an instant. She let go of Yunxiao's arm with both hands, and her body was a little unsteady. Ruan Hongyu's eyes reddened instantly. On the night the star fell and the sky was filled with snow, she knew that Zhang Churen must have died. The heart-wrenching pain was so real. It was the feeling between husband and wife, more real than any news. "Mistress, what should we do?" One of the cultivators panicked. All these days, the only thing that had supported them was that Zhang Churen was still alive. Now, that belief had collapsed all of a sudden. Everyone felt as if there was no light in front of them. Ruan Hongyu already knew this would be the outcome, so she was the calmest of them all. Her weak body trembled a few times before she calmed down. Her eyes were red as she sobbed. With his cultivation base, who can kill him? Yun Xiao opened his eyes slightly and said, "Tianxi." Ruan Hongyu's body trembled and she cried, "Tianxi, it really is Tianxi." "I'm sorry," Yun Xiao said guiltily. "Tianxi wanted to kill me. It had nothing to do with him. He died to save me." The entire hall was silent in an extremely sorrowful environment. Only the sound of sobbing could be heard. Only a limited number of male martial artists had ashen faces and worry between their brows. The sorrowful atmosphere spread as everyone stared at Yun Xiao with hatred. "You're the one who killed my father." Zhang Ruobing also cried, "Compensate my father." He raised his right hand, unsheathed his sword, and thrust it straight at Yun Xiao. Bang! The tip of the sword stabbed into Yun Xiao's chest, but it was blocked by a golden light, unable to penetrate any further. Yun Xiao frowned. At the moment, his body was stronger than a 9th-tier demon beast, and it was not Zhang Ruobing who could hurt him. He grabbed the sword and stabbed it into his chest. Swish! The sword entered his body, and bright red blood flowed out. Yun Xiao laughed miserably as well. He felt very bitter in his heart. Zhang Ruobing was shocked. She stood there with her hand on the hilt of her sword, not knowing what to do. She even stopped crying. Ruan Hongyu was the calmest of them all. She gave Yun Xiao a look and seemed to understand something. "Saving you was Chu Ran's choice. We respect his choice. His death was his own choice. It has nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself." When Yun Xiao heard this, the anger that had been suppressed in his chest finally burst out. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and laughed miserably. "Ha! I don't need to blame myself? Of course I don't need to blame myself." All of them were so full of themselves, thinking that their cultivation and martial arts were unparalleled and that they were amazing, right? Now that they're all dead, they must be feeling great. Everyone stopped crying and frowned when they saw his crazed look. However, they could not hide the disgust and anger in their eyes. "Shut up, you piece of trash." An old woman finally couldn't take it anymore and exploded. "City Lord Jiang died to save you. Please be more respectful in your tone." "Haha. Respect? Why did he have to show off how powerful he is in front of me? He deserves to die." Yun Xiao threw his head back and laughed. "Trash, you deserve to die." The old woman was furious. She gathered a trace of yuan qi in her hand and was about to slash it, but Ruan Hongyu stopped her. "This is Churen's choice," Ruan Hongyu said miserably. "I'm sorry." Everyone was shocked and angry. At this time, it was their mistress who went to comfort the person who killed the city lord. Each and every one of them couldn't control themselves, and their anger soared. Only Ruan Hongyu, who was facing Yun Xiao, saw 2 lines of blood tears flowing down his eyes under his laughter, which was uglier than crying. "Haha, he's indeed hiding here. I was right." Suddenly, a sneer came from outside the small courtyard. Immediately, dozens of powerful auras were distributed around the small courtyard. Everyone was shocked. They had finally been discovered by the people of Red Moon City. Moreover, in all directions, there were people guarding the place from both the sky and the ground, surrounding the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Zhu Jingyi's expression changed drastically as well. He had already recognized the voice. "Yan Xinghua, it's you, you bastard." Zhang Ruomei gritted her teeth and trembled with anger. Several people walked into the hall. The person beside them was the leader of the Ice Cube, Xianxia. He looked around the hall and smiled proudly. What are they doing? Was he mourning for Jiang Churen's death? Ha ha ha. Zhu Jingyi seemed to be a little afraid of him. His body shrank back a little before he said, Big brother Xinghua, how could you be like this, bringing outsiders to capture young Lady Rame and Ruobing? Bah! Get lost, you damn fatty! Yan Xinghua rushed up to Zhu Jingyi and gave him a kick, sending his fat body flying. Yan Xinghua, you ungrateful bastard! You're worse than a pig or a dog. Jiang Ruome's face was livid with anger. She pointed at him and started scolding him. Humph! Bah! I'm ungrateful? You bitch! When Yan Xinghua saw Jiang Ruome, an evil look appeared in his eyes. He grinned hideously and said, You used to be as fat as a mountain. How did you torture me every day? I'm really better off dead. Now that you're beautiful, I can return all the things you've done to me in the past to you one by one. Haha. And there's also Lady Ruobing, TSK, to share with a sister. The joy of life is nothing more than this. Ha ha ha. The entire sky was filled with his sinister smile, and all the Jiang family members were filled with righteous indignation, so angry that smoke was coming out of their foreheads. The young lady of the Jiang family had never suffered such humiliation. A martial artist beside Yan Xinghua frowned. These people are people that old Master Tang wants. You can't control them as you please. The old woman beside Ruan Hongyu glared at the martial artist and gritted her teeth. Zhang Chaopeng, the city lord treated you well when he was still alive, right? You actually brought an outsider to capture the mistress? You're truly cruel and unscrupulous, worse than an animal. A look of shame flashed across the martial artist Zhang Chaopeng's face. He immediately lowered his head and did not dare to answer. Zhang Chaopeng, since you've chosen to follow Master Tang, you should draw a clear line with these old people. The leader of this group of people had a cold expression on his face. He looked at the people in the room and the corners of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile. Yes, Sir Hong is right. Zhang Chaopeng seemed to be extremely afraid of the person beside him as he hurriedly nodded and bowed in agreement. It's Hong Juanhuan, the hall master of the Four Extreme Sects Clear Sky Hall, Ruan Hongyu said. Tang Qing really thinks highly of us women. That's a past identity. Hong Juanhuan laughed coldly. I'm Hong Juanhuan, the commander of the guards of the Crimson Moon City. I'm here on the orders of the city lord of the Crimson Moon City, Old Master Tang, to bring Madame, the two young ladies, and many other officials back. Humph, this Red Moon City is no longer Red Moon City. We would rather die than return. The old woman coldly snorted, her face filled with determination. Everyone also looked like they were not afraid of death, showing the determination to fight to the death. However, there were also a few people who looked like they were struggling. Their eyes were filled with confusion and conflict. Jiang Ruome replied coldly, Tang Qing, that old fogey, just wanted to hold my mother hostage to dissolve some of the Jiang family's resistance forces. My mother saw through your plot and escaped. Even if she dies standing today, she will not kneel and go back with you like some gutless beasts. You're right, the old woman said proudly. Today, we will use our blood to awaken the fighting spirit of the Jiang, Ning, and Ruan families of the Red Moon City. Ha ha ha, the heart to fight. Hong Juanhuan laughed. The decision to marry old Master Tang was made by Madame's younger brother. It represents Madame's own will and the will of everyone in Red Moon City. Do you want to go against the wishes of everyone in the city? Ruan Hongyu, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Yuan I had no choice but to do this. But I didn't expect your Tang family to be so close to us and even want to swallow up our three families. You're truly too greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. One day, he'll suffer the consequences of his own actions. Humph. Even if there is, you won't be able to see it, madam. Capture all of them. Hong Juanhuan ordered. Kill anyone who resists. The Jiang family's expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect the other party to really give the order to kill. They thought that at most they would just capture her. After all, Ruan Hongyu's existence was still of great value to Tang Qing. Perhaps something unexpected had happened in the Red Moon City, causing Wan Hongyu to lose her value. No, don't kill me. I surrender. Immediately, a few people with weak wills turned pale in fright and hurriedly defected. The old woman was shocked and furious. You guys, why? The traitorous cultivators looked guilty and said, the situation is more powerful than the people. We just don't want to die. How have the city lord and his wife treated you? The old woman gritted her teeth and asked coldly. The few of them lowered their heads even more. They knew that they were ashamed and did not dare to raise their heads to look at everyone. Let them be, Ruan Hongyu said indifferently. It's human nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Don't blame them. Haha. That's right. Those who can see the big picture can live. Is there anyone else who wants to forsake the darkness for the light? Hong Juanhuan looked around coldly, and no one said anything. They all looked like they were ready to die. Good. Good. You have a backbone indeed. Hong Juanhuan had a mocking smile on his face. He pointed at the surrendered martial artists and said, in order to show your sincerity, I'll let you all make the first move. Each of you will take 3 heads, and that will prove your sincerity. Ah? What? The martial artists were all shocked and dumbfounded. Cold sweat broke out all over their bodies as they pleaded. Lord Hong, we're weak and can't beat the mistress and the others. Hong Juanhuan's face darkened. I don't need a weakling, he shouted. If he's not strong enough and doesn't have any battle merits, what's the use of him? The Red Moon City doesn't keep useless people. The cultivators stood there in a daze, their faces alternating between red and white. At this moment, they wished there was a hole in the ground to hide in. What's wrong? You don't want to make a contribution? Hong Juanhuan's eyes flashed with mockery and killing intent as he snorted. Since that's the case, what's the use of having trash like you? I'll kill you all. You're humiliating us. The martial artists were both embarrassed and angry. Their faces were purple like eggplants as they roared and rushed forward, wanting to fight for their lives. Humph, a few ants. Do you think you have the bargaining chips to negotiate with me? You're so ugly. Hong Juanhuan raised his right hand, and a blue light gathered in his palm before he slapped it down. A circle of palm power spread out and swept across the air. Bang! 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 With a series of stone-crushing sounds, the bones of those martial artists were completely destroyed on the spot, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They were crushed into meat paste by the palm and fell to the ground, dying a tragic death. Many of the Jiang family's women cried out in horror. The way they had died was too terrifying. 7 stars martial emperor. Ruan Hongyu's face darkened. Hong Juanhuan's cultivation level was similar to hers, but from the way he attacked just now, he seemed to be stronger. She transmitted her voice to the old woman in front of her. Granny, he immediately take Ruame and Ruabing and escape. Kill your way to the teleportation zone at all costs. Once you've escaped from the Red Moon City, immediately head to the Jade Toad clan of the North region. The Jade Toad clan was one of the 10 great sects of the North region and had an extremely good relationship with the Red Moon City, especially with the Jiang family. A look of defiance and unwillingness flashed across Granny He's face, but under Ruan Hongyu's pleading, she let out a long sigh. What? You're leaving behind your last words? Hong Juanhuan could tell that she was using the secret sound transmission technique. He laughed coldly. Don't even think about leaving today. Kill. Under his command, the martial artists beside him all moved one after another, heading towards the women. Just as Ruan Hongyu was about to fight the enemy, Yun Xiao suddenly stood in front of her and said, All of you leave. Leave this to me. His face was extremely gloomy. He immediately used the Great Wind Fire Wheel, and a terrifying elemental power filled the hall, quickly spinning toward the martial artists. Arg! Ah! After a few screams, the martial artists realized that even the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens could not resist the terrifying power of wind and fire. They were immediately burned to ashes. Ruan Hongyu was stunned for a moment, and a look of struggle flashed in her eyes. At this critical moment, she was not a pretentious person. She said, Take care. Suddenly, A sword shadow rushed out of his body and pierced the sky. He shouted, "Follow me!" The people of the Jiang family followed closely behind, with Granny He covering the rear. More than 10 people flew out of the broken sky in a single file. Hong Juanhuan was shocked and said angrily, "Bastard! You deserve to die. All of you, chase after him." The underlings were intimidated by the giant crocodile's might. They were relieved to hear the order and rushed out of the house to chase Ruan Hongyu. Hong Juanhuan himself rose into the air, his palm turning pale blue as he slapped at Yunxiao. Yunxiao's face was calm, but the killing intent in his eyes was daunting. The Divine Realm tablet appeared in his hand and he hit it like a brick. Bang! Hong Juanhuan's palm hit the Divine Realm tablet, and he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. He quickly retracted his hand in horror, and his entire palm became a bloody mess. He was horrified, but before he could think, he saw the Divine Realm tablet turn into a small mountain and crush down. "Boy, you dare to look down on me!" Hong Juanhuan's arms suddenly became extremely thick. He held a heavy machete in his hands and slashed at the Divine Realm tablet with a roar. Bang! The saber hit the Divine Realm tablet, and the huge force was reflected back. Bang! Bang! Hong Juanhuan's legs were pressed into the ground by more than a foot, and his face was filled with shock. His saber ray had at least 10,000 gene of force, which could split mountains and break stones. Moreover, the saber in his hand was slashing at a profound-level weapon fiercely. Even ordinary 9th-tier profound-level weapons would be seriously injured by the impact. However, the Divine Realm tablet seemed to be fine. It was still pressing on the saber, and it was getting heavier and heavier. The veins on Hong Juanhuan's arms were popping out, but he was still gradually unable to withstand the pressure. Humph! Yunxiao snorted coldly as he teleported to the Divine Realm tablet and performed the Great Realm Divine technique in his hand. The power of the world emerged with a loud bang and began to devour the light on the saber, while the infinite gravity increased several times. What? Ah! Hong Juanhuan cried out in shock. He saw the extremely hard saber in his hand being bent, and the force in his hand seemed to have increased by several times. He could no longer withstand it and was pressed into the ground. The entire courtyard within a 100-meter radius collapsed from the impact. Having succeeded in his attack, Yunxiao did not continue to attack. Instead, he put away the Divine Realm tablet, turned into a bolt of lightning, and shot toward Ruan Hongyu and the others. The most important thing for him now was to ensure the safety of Ruan Hongyu and the others. As for the debt of Red Moon City, he could slowly settle it. Not far away, Ruan Hongyu and the others were surrounded by Hong Juanhuan's martial artists. There were a few mid-stage martial sovereigns among them, and they were suppressing the women. Die! Kill! Yunxiao cried out. 11 Northern Heaven Cold Star swords burst out of his body, turning into huge golden sword runes and falling from the sky. Sword Cloud Rain! He shouted, and the sword talisman immediately scattered into countless small swords, which were like thin needles, and sprinkled down from the sky. The wind blew and the rain drizzled in the air, forming tiny tornadoes. Arg! Ah! There were constant screams. Those who were below the Martial Supreme cultivation level were almost instantly killed. Even the low-level Martial Supremes could only hold on in fear under the drizzle sword chi. They did not dare to be careless. Ruan Hongyu was the only high-level martial sovereign among all the women, and she was already overwhelmed with the task of protecting everyone's safety. She was extremely anxious, and she only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yunxiao attack. She was also greatly shocked. The power of Yunxiao's attack at this moment was no less than hers. She knew that now was not the time to think about these things, so she cast a grateful look and continued to lead the group away. "My lord, they're trying to escape. Quickly chase after them." Yan Xinghua was in the crowd. He had not put in much effort, but his eyes were the sharpest. He immediately screamed. A killing intent flickered in Yunxiao's eyes as he teleported above the man and smashed down with the thunder hammer. Boom! A thunderbolt rumbled, and thousands of thunderbolts spread out with crackling sounds. Yan Xinghua's entire head was crushed. A headless corpse fell to the ground, charred on the outside and tender on the inside. "Kid, don't underestimate me. Die." A deafening roar rang out as a beam of light descended from the sky. Hong Juanhuan roared angrily and slashed his saber at Yunxiao. The blade light rose into the sky, illuminating the night as if it were day. A large area of houses was turned into dust by the saber chi. The martial artists of the Red Moon City were also shocked. Under the leadership of a few mid-stage martial sovereigns, they continued to pursue Ruan Hongyu. A cold gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes. The Calabash King Kong flew out of his forehead and immediately transformed into an 80 feet tall King Kong, then threw a punch at the saber beam. The ice fiend Heart Flame appeared on the fist wind like a small crystal-clear flower that bloomed proudly under the spiritual pressure. Bang! The saber directly hit the fist of the gored little King Kong, and an extremely violent force instantly swept out. The gored little King Kong's entire body let out a powerful sound, and it kept buzzing in the air. At the same time, it was sent flying hundreds of meters away by the huge force. Yunxiao did not linger in the battle. He turned into a bolt of lightning and fled into the distance. In a flash, he was next to the Calabash King Kong, then put it back into his body and continued to chase after Ruan Hongyu. Hong Juanhuan's expression changed. The saber light felt like he had hit an extremely hard iron board, and his arm went numb from the impact. Who is this kid? He actually has so many rare treasures on him. Hong Juanhuan's face darkened. He picked up his saber and was about to give chase. Suddenly, he saw the blade of the saber from the corner of his eye. He was shocked and dumbfounded. A thin layer of ice had formed on the blade of the saber. If one looked closely, they would see that the ice was jumping around like a flame. What shocked him even more was that the ice flame was devouring his saber, and there was already a fist-sized hole in it. This swan and I. Hong Juanhuan was stunned in the sky. His saber was made of unusual materials. It was a profound level weapon that was used to cut through things. Its hardness was unimaginable. How could it be swallowed by the flames? And from the looks of it, the gap was still expanding. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he hurriedly poured his Emperor Qi into the saber to extinguish the flame. However, he was shocked to find that his Emperor Qi immediately turned into nothing when it touched the ice flame. This Kasaya can burn everything? Hong Juanhuan was completely dumbfounded. He suddenly shouted and threw a fist radiance at the blade. The Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens suppressed everything and represented the highest rule under the sky. There was no power that the Emperor Qi could not suppress. Bang! The blade trembled under Hong Juanhuan's fist force, and the ice-colored flame was suppressed. It gradually died out, and his fist force was also being devoured and burned. Hong Juanhuan lifted his saber and looked at the fist-sized hole on the blade. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Not only was there a big hole in the saber, but most of its spirit energy had also been lost. His face was gloomy. Not only was repairing the saber an extremely troublesome matter, but with Yunxiao's interference, it would be very difficult to abduct Ruan Hongyu, her daughter and her father. While his face was still gloomy, a beam of light suddenly flew away and landed on the teleport site. Humph! Hong Juanhuan's expression changed slightly. He snorted coldly, but his heart calmed down a little. Although the credit could be stolen by others, the consequences of failing the mission were far more serious than the credit being stolen. He put away his damaged saber and also turned into a ray of light to chase after them. Ruan Hongyu and the others fled as they killed. A moment later, they arrived at the teleportation area. Everyone was filled with sadness. The former master of this place had to leave in such a way. Ruan Hongyu looked behind her, and a line of tears fell from the corner of her eyes. She smiled sadly. Suddenly, a melancholic voice could be heard. Since Foreign is reluctant to leave, why would you leave? A ray of light flashed, and a familiar face appeared from under the brocade robe. It was one of the 5 council members, Fu Yichuan. Ruan Hongyu's heart trembled as she said in disbelief, "Lord Yichuan also wants to stop me? I can't help it." Fu Yichuan sighed. Ruan Hongyu was dazed for a moment before she laughed bitterly. "Ha ha! What a good, involuntary. It's only been a few days, and you've already become Tang Qing's dog. A hint of guilt flashed across Fu Yichuan's face as he said, Madam, you're wrong. The Four Extreme sect has been plotting against the Red Moon City for a long time. And I've always been one of Elder Tang's people. What? Ruan Hongyu's body trembled. She seemed to suddenly understand why the outsiders from Tangqing could not only take down Red Moon City at once, but also why the joint resistance of the three families collapsed and became scattered sand. Even her former mistress of Red Moon City had to flee in defeat. Ruan Hongyu was sad and said, Is the current situation in the Red Moon City the one you want? Fu Yichuan's body trembled, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. No matter what, the general trend cannot be reversed, and I am just a chess piece. Even if Madame ran away, she wouldn't be able to change anything. It was better to follow Elder Tang's wishes and assist him. After all, the glory of this Red Moon City is also due to the great contribution of you and your wife. Haha! Assist Tangqing? Ruan Hongyu laughed bitterly. In your dreams. If you want to kill me, then come. It's just life and death. Her face was full of mockery and ridicule, making Fu Yichuan feel ashamed. He shook his head and sighed. If that's the case, then I'll have to offend you. He raised his hand, and countless rays of light gathered in the sky, condensing into a huge green claw shadow, which fell from the sky. Ruan Hongyu's face darkened. Granny she shouted. Take them away. I'll block them. A beam of sword chi shot out from her hand. Ruan Hongyu knew that she was no match for the enemy and did not dare to be careless. She only hoped that she could stall the enemy for a while so that her two daughters could escape. Therefore, he used all of his cultivation and turned into sword chi to split the huge green claw print. Fu Yichuan's expression changed slightly. He only wanted to capture Ruan Hongyu and her two daughters alive, so he held back when he attacked. Since foreign want to use death to prove one's will, then Xianxia. Then go to hell. A cold voice suddenly rang out. Under the bright moon, a huge demonic shadow appeared and threw a punch at Fu Yichuan. Fu Yichuan's expression was cold. He snorted. It's just a small trick. You're like a firefly that dares to compete with the sun and the moon. He stood still on the spot, and a strong chi rushed out of his body, condensed into an invisible fist force to meet the attack. Boom! The true fiend Dharma Idol's punch suddenly collapsed, and Yunxiao's figure descended from the sky. 11 swords flew around him, and under the guidance of a sword incantation, they cut through the air. Humph! So it's you. Fu Yichuan recognized Yunxiao at once. He sneered and said, That's right. Old Master Tang was looking for you. Come back with me. He stretched out his right palm and continuously drew circles in front of him. An invisible force circulated under his palm technique, and the 11 swords were drawn by that force, unable to hurt him in the slightest. Yunxiao held his breath and quickly performed an incantation gesture with both hands. The 11 swords instantly turned into an array, and a golden sword talisman appeared and pressed down on Fu Yichuan. What a terrifying talent! No wonder Jiang Churen regards you so highly. Fu Yichuan's eyes narrowed, and he changed his palm into a fist. The force of his 8 stars martial sovereign fist burst out and instantly shattered the sword talisman. The 11 swords trembled and flew back. After Fu Yichuan's attack succeeded, he took the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. He placed his hands behind his back and took a step forward. Don't you still have 3 heads and 6 arms? Show me everything. However, no matter how powerful your trump card is, it's useless against me. Fu Yichuan laughed coldly. Yunxiao put away the 11 northern heaven frigid star swords, then immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and tried to escape. It was indeed impossible to suppress Fu Yichuan, so he could only try his best to distract him and let Ruan Hongyu escape. The sound of fighting was so loud that the entire Red Moon City should have been alarmed. But there was a strange silence under the moonlight. You want to leave? It's impossible. Fu Yichuan snorted and performed a hand seal in the air. A small bell fell from the sky and covered Yunxiao. Yunxiao materialized and threw the Divine Realm tablet out. He conjured the ancient Maha characters in his hands and hit the tablet. The power of the world emerged and collided with the small bell. Dang! The small bell trembled with fear, kept chiming as if it wanted to escape. The divine realm tablet was pressing on the small bell, constantly devouring its power. What? Fu Yichuan was shocked. He had also sensed the fear coming from the bell. He quickly performed a hand seal, trying to summon the small bell. Bang! Before the small bell could fly back, it immediately let out a metallic explosion and fell from the sky. Ah! Fu Yichuan was completely dumbfounded. The small clock fell to his feet like a watermelon that had cracked open. It was obvious that it had been scrapped. Hong Juanhuan quickly caught up and turned into a beam of light, rushing past Yunxiao and chasing after Wan Hongyu. Many thanks for Lord Yichuan's help. I'll leave this kid to you, Madame Ruan. I'll take care of him. Humph! There was a muffled groan in the sky. No one made a move, but Hong Juanhuan fell straight down, as if he had been hit by a hammer, creating a huge pit with a bang. Fu Yichuan's expression changed drastically, turning pale in an instant. He stood there in a daze, not daring to move. Yunxiao immediately understood that since an expert of Red Moon City had taken action, there must be a reason why he did not show up. He didn't care about this. He put away the Divine Realm tablet and went to the teleportation area. The teleportation array had been activated by Wan Hongyu and the others. In an instant, Yunxiao turned into a bolt of lightning and flew into it, and no one stopped him. Under the flickering light, everyone's figures gradually disappeared from the city. Bang! Hong Juanhuan rushed out of the black hole. This was the second time he had been smashed into a hole tonight. He looked around angrily, but there was only silence. Where is he? He rushed in front of Fu Yichuan and said in shock, "He didn't run away, right?" Fu Yichuan stared into the sky, and his expression gradually improved. He lowered his brows and remained silent. Hong Juanhuan looked around and said, "Who hit me?" Fu Yichuan raised his head and glanced at him. He snorted softly and turned to leave, as if he couldn't be bothered with him. Hong Juanhuan's face turned red, and his eyes were filled with rage. He turned into a beam of light and rushed toward the city lord's mansion. Inside the manor, several fist-sized night-luminescent pearls were placed in a cup of tea, illuminating the hall. Tang Qing quietly listened to his report, and then said, "I already know who did it. Since Wan Hongyu doesn't want to submit to me, there's no difference whether she's alive or dead. But that Li Yunxiao you mentioned is a little embarrassed." He fell into silence, as if he was thinking about something. Hong Juanhuan was shocked. Since Tang Qing already knew who attacked, it meant that everything that happened was under his control. Why didn't he stop them? "I can't believe that Li Yunxiao managed to escape from you," Tang Qing muttered to herself. "He's really a scourge. If we don't get rid of him today, I'm afraid he'll become a great disaster in the future." That Li Yunxiao is only relying on the power of his mystic artifact, Hong Juanhuan said with a bow. "In my opinion, his strength is at most on par with the two young masters." Tang Qing slowly turned around and walked step by step towards the throne of the city lord's mansion. She sat down gently and put her hands on the beast's head. Her eyes were blurred as she said indifferently, "I know better than anyone else how capable those two pieces of trash are. They're more than enough to be the leader of a faction and a hero of a region. However, they're still far from being the overlord of the world and the peerless martial sovereign." Yes, Hong Juanhuan did not dare to respond. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the person in front of him was. It was not just the difference in strength, but also the pressure of a superior that had been formed over the years. He did not dare to disobey. Tang Qing pondered for a moment and said, "It's fine if Wan Hongyu has escaped. Red Moon City is basically under my control. Without her, it will only cause more trouble and make things less perfect. But we can't let that Li Yunxiao go." He ordered, "Follow the coordinates of the teleportation. You must find Li Yunxiao and kill him. Let Fu Yichuan lead the team and lead the 5 of you." What? Hong Juanhuan was taken aback. At a time when the power of Red Moon City was unstable, They had actually sent 6 high-level martial sovereigns to hunt down Yunxiao. Although he was filled with doubts, he didn't dare to ask any more questions and hurriedly retreated.